Good morning, everyone. We are restarting the sessions in the -1 on the ground floor and on +3. This starts here in the -1. Room A, B, C on the ground floor, and room E and F on the third floor. See you there.
Hello. Good morning, Amal. Can you hear me? This is Kathy from the Secretariat. If you can hear me, can you please turn on your audio and as well as your camera? We would like to make sure that we can hear you.
Hello, good morning, friends, colleagues. Welcome to day 2 of the second workshop under the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue. Before presenting the program of today, I would like to briefly reflect on the rich and lively discussions we held yesterday. At the outset, we heard 2 keynote interventions that zoomed in on the state of play of the financial system in relation to achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement and opportunities to scaling up finance for low greenhouse gas emission and climate resilient development. In session 1, we heard from public and private financial sector actors on the standard setting perspectives, approaches, and challenges to implementing Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement at the international level, as well as on the opportunities in scaling up finance flows for low GHG emission and climate resilient development. For the remainder of the day, we collectively engage in session 2, mapping the potential intended and unintended consequences of actions to implement Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and potential safeguards. An expert roundtable of speakers with a global, regional, and domestic perspective looked more closely into relevant approaches, policies, and regulations, and the consequences and impacts. The rich input was complemented in the afternoon with a diverse set of representatives from international organizations and initiatives to discuss the intended and unintended consequences to implement Article 2, Paragraph 1C, across areas of finance, trade, development, and more. These topics were further explored in the breakout discussions to round up day 1. And I personally went into all the breakout groups, and I was very impressed by the level of engagement and the lively discussions. I hope we can keep the same spirit going today, and we can really enrich each other's perspectives. Now, looking forward to the program ahead of us. Today on day 2, we will continue to discuss through the 2 remaining substantive sessions. Session 3, Complementarity with Article 9, how to ensure that finance supports country-driven action to realize Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, and what is the role of Article 2, Paragraph 1C in relation to Article 9. Session 4, linkages and moving forward inside and outside the intergovernmental process relevant to Article 2, Paragraph 1C of the Paris Agreement and its complementarity with Article 9. We will also hear closing remarks from the UNCTAD Secretary General, Rebecca Greenspan. We are looking forward to your continued active engagement in this discussion to continue to enhance our common understanding on the scope of Article 2, Paragraph 1C and its complementarity of Article 9. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to hand over to Preeti Bhandari to steer the next session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ambassador Tosi, for inviting me to moderate this panel. And thank you to colleagues at the Secretariat also for the excellent arrangements, for allowing the discussions that have taken place in the last day or so. Without further ado, let me get started with this Session 3, which is, as Ambassador Tosi said, all about complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. The panel will address the following guiding questions, which are also part of the program and here on the screen also, on what is needed to ensure that finance flows are consistent with Article 2 of the Paris Agreement in the context of equitable access to finance and to ensure that no one is left behind. The second question is about Article 2, Para 1C on enable supporting the scaling up of climate finance, including with a view to the new collective quantitative goal. And the third question relates to how can climate finance under Article 9 be complementary to or support achieving Article 2, Paragraph 1C. I would not go into the elements of both the articles that we are referring to. I assume you're all experts in these two articles, and I think yesterday's discussion did bear testimony to the fact on how we were parsing out different elements of Article 2.1c for 2 for sure. And I have a panel of eminent speakers, and as you can see, probably this is the first all-women panel. We have a panelist online as well. Talking about gender diversity, maybe we've gone the other way, but I'm really pleased to be moderating this panel. Let me do a quick introduction to our panelists in the order of speaking. Let me start with Sarah Zugu, who's a Climate Finance Policy Officer in the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. In her role in the Department of Financing the Global Transformation, she's closely involved in the workings of the International Climate Initiative, aka ICI, which many of us are familiar with. Welcome, Sarah. Next to me on my right is a very good friend. We've been partners in many things in my previous incarnation. Nancy Sage, she is the Chief Climate Change Expert and Senior Technical Advisor in Climate and Environment at the European Investment Bank. She has been responsible for leading the work on Paris alignment with the other multilateral development banks, on climate finance definitions, impact reporting, including the carbon footprint of the bank's project portfolio, and of course, the joint MDB climate finance report. I think you're the only standing member of the MDB group who has been through the first to the most recent report. So welcome, Nancy. And to my left is Teddy Mugabo. Welcome, Teddy. She's the first female CEO of the Rwanda Green Fund. Her acclaimed career, spanning over a decade in climate change and environment, began at the Ministry of Environment, so you've straddled both public sector and the private sector. Prior to her appointment as the CEO, Teddy served as the head of business development, now referred to as the Chief Strategy Officer, where she was responsible for business strategy and development for the Green Fund. And online, we have Amal Benaisa. She is the Director in charge of Sustainability Advocacy at the Bank of Africa BMC Group. Her mission is to contribute to the compliance and leadership of the bank with regards to institutional, environmental, and social commitments, including with the development finance institutions, interactions with donors and regulators, and on sustainability initiatives and beyond. Welcome, Amal, and thank you for joining us online. So let me start first with Sarah. What keeps you busy in terms of these two very, very prominent articles of the Paris Agreement, and how does it translate into your day-to-day work at the ministry?
Welcome, and thank you for inviting me to speak here today. Glad to be, on this all-women panel today. So nice to see we've made a change from yesterday. I think I'm mainly here also because I'm part of the International Climate Initiative. So it's a funding program, part of the German government's climate finance work that is based in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Environment in Germany. And it's an initiative that we've had since a long time, that is having a 15-year anniversary this year, that is supporting climate action and biodiversity in developing countries. So very glad to be a speaker here. And to your question, Article 2.1c and Article 9, of course, this is the idea that we talk about. It's the questions of complementarity between the two. Let me maybe start with Article 9 and climate finance itself, because this is also where I come from. So as Germany, we have continuously increased our climate finance since 2014 with 2 billion at that time to now finally 6 billion from budgetary resources that we just announced these figures for 2022 at the last UN summit. I think it was a week or 2 weeks ago, something of that sort. So we did overachieve our target of 6 billion in climate finance 3 years in advance. We had initially planned for that increase in 2025. And that is to show and also support that we very much stand by the obligations and the responsibility of supporting developing countries in climate action and providing that climate finance. So I really want to highlight that point, that we do not believe Article 2.1c replaces Article 9, and we stand by these commitments overall. Regarding 2.1c, 2.1c for us is a goal that is overarching in its nature, and it also belongs or has to be interpreted and implemented in all countries. So this is both a task for us as developed countries, but also for developing countries. And in that sense, it can support mobilizing additional finance for climate action, and can help support that both in developing as well as developed countries. And a lot of action has been taken already on 2.1c in different countries, and sometimes I think we do forget that a lot is happening. I just want to highlight from yesterday, I thought some of the presentations were very impressive, for example, from the Philippines, and seeing what they have done in the sustainable finance sphere. And sometimes these spheres don't talk to each other enough. In Europe, we've done quite a lot of work on sustainable finance and on implementing Article 2.1c, for example, through the emission trading scheme, but also taxonomy, a lot of things that a lot of you all know. So I won't go into details. But of course, still a lot of work has to be done in our own countries, but throughout, to really implement Article 2.1c. On Article 9, so as part of the ICI and the climate initiative and climate finance in general, it is to support developing countries in implementing NDCs and NAPs, but also in implementing Article 2.1c. And I want to give you a few examples of what we've done previously with climate finance projects in supporting developing countries to implement Article 2.1c. Of course, each of these interventions can only take a small step forward, but in that way, Article 9 can support the implementation of Article 2.1c. So let me start maybe with a few examples. One is a project that we've recently stocked up to a total of 50 million, which is called 30 by 30 by the International Finance Corporation, so IFC. And they're implementing in Mexico, Egypt, the Philippines, and South Africa a project which aims at increasing the share of green finance in the finance sector in the participating banks by 30% by 2030. And in order to reach such an ambitious goal, the project looks at a differentiated matter of technical assistance and financial assistance, supporting countries both in for example, helping the banks design green credit lines, integrating climate risk considerations in the different financial systems, but also working with the central banks and the financial regulators on their monetary and fiscal policies and how to integrate climate considerations there as well. And the second part of the project is the blended finance component, where we use concessional finance to really trigger green finance in the banks. So depending on the incentive given, the banks have an incentive to take further risks and really provide green credit lines in the countries to support all types of green activities and climate activities. I think that kind of a combination actually is a really important step towards enabling the banks that are, the national banks that are working and being supported in that country to over time build that capacity and the knowledge on green finance to continue that at some point also without further additional single projects that we do. So we hope that over time each of these projects has an impact in the long run. Another project, maybe as a good example, because it's also something that for us and in developed countries we have to work on quite a lot is working on green budgeting systems. So it's with the Inter-American Development Bank, and they work with, I think, up to 11 countries in the Latin American region that supports green fiscal transparency measures. So they work with the central banks as well as the finance ministries on how to incorporate green thinking in the budgeting processes. Coming from the German government, this is also something we have to still do, so I'm glad we can at least support some of the developing countries in those efforts on how to integrate these kind of measures in their own government. Finally, on the central banks, because I think we also had the NGFS network here yesterday, we're supporting a project with the European Investment Bank that is supporting, together with the NDCP, so the NDC partnership based on requests from countries, central banks, and how to integrate climate risks. And in that sense, what we've seen right now is that there is quite a lot of demand actually from countries to receive that support, so that in the monetary policy and in the work of the central bank, they learn and understand how to integrate climate considerations. Very often that actually leads to, right now, mainly focusing on climate risk considerations rather than mitigation. That is and looking into what kind of assets should be held by a central bank, and looking into, for example, the fossil fuel exposure is a topic that's a bit harder to tackle with a lot of central banks at the current stage, but they're making the way forward in looking into really considering all of these efforts and getting the support through the project to look into how that can all be done. So from these examples, I just wanted to show you a little bit how action is already being taken in developing countries on 2.1c, and how Article 9 can actually support this kind of action and get people off the ground and really help implement activities to implement Article 2.1c. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for reiterating the commitment on provision of finance, starting with that on Article 9, but also how that provision of finance is also enabling countries to move on the path towards 2.1c with some very concrete examples. With that, let me move to my colleague Nancy to talk about how the EIB and generally the multilateral development banks are interpreting Article 2.1c and how does it complement Article 9.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for inviting me. I'm actually here today to speak for the group of MDBs. I have a few slides because I thought you might be interested to understand how the MDBs approach Paris alignment and where climate finance fits into that. Happy later to answer some questions about on behalf of EIB if you wish, but if I could have the first slide, please. Or am I supposed to do it? Okay, so yes, so there are 10 MDBs currently in the group that work together on climate. Next slide, please. And we've been working together actually since about 2011 on harmonized climate finance definitions. There's been a lot of work recently on updating that. And obviously, we started pretty much straight after Paris, after COP21, to think about what the Paris Agreement meant in all its aspects for us. And one of the work streams was to think about Article 2.1c and what it meant. We then published a proposal, our framework of how we would look at it at Katowice, and at each COP since then, we've been providing updates on how we're getting on. So I'm going to very quickly show it to you. Next slide, please. Many of you may have seen this rather nice picture. I think it was actually designed by ADB when you were there. We started by saying, well, what finance flows are we talking about when you're an MDB? And we realized that, it's much more than just our lending. There's a lot going on in an MDB, and we should look at all those finance flows. Now, I'm going to very quickly talk you through the 6 building blocks. Building block 1 is alignment with the temperature mitigation goals, and that means both new operations, so looking forward. It also means looking and managing the transition risk in our portfolio. And of course, in every one of those projects, there is a client, so there's going to be a link to building block 4, which is supporting clients. Building block 2 is exactly the same thing, forward-looking for new operations, backward-looking for physical risk in the portfolio, but it is about the resilience part of 2.1c. We did consider combining them together into one giant building block because obviously, actually, you have to look at the two things together. And we decided that, once again, adaptation would become the little sister lost in the discussion, so we decided to keep the resilience building block separate. But now I come to building block 3, because this panel is about where does climate finance fit in Paris alignment. And I want to emphasize that for us, building block 3, which is climate finance, is an absolutely critical part of Paris alignment. So the aim is that in building block 3, we highlight that we want to finance more climate finance, but we want to help our clients develop more climate projects. We want to mobilize more private finance for climate investments. And that is part of Paris alignment. Because if we simply finance a lot of things that are Paris aligned, that won't help us get there. We need both things, more climate finance and making sure that what we're financing is compatible with the Paris goals. And that includes financing the transition. So it's not about excluding activities. It's about actively financing the transition to be Paris-aligned. 4, as I said, is about supporting clients. Because ultimately, it's not about MDBs being Paris-aligned. It's about all of our clients being Paris-aligned. And we see that all the time as a very, very important building block. And in fact, just transition comes into that. Long-term strategies comes into that. NDCs comes into that. 5 is transparent reporting, super important, because you want to know what we're doing. It's about our impact, it's about our finance, et cetera. And 6 is basically walk the talk. Put your own house in order, whatever you want to call it. It's looking at our own internal operations. So those are the 6 building blocks. I'm going to whiz past a few slides which show you extracts from our Katowice declaration. Next slide, please. So this is to show you that for the new operations, we actually just published in June a sort of methodological approach to look at projects for both building block 1 and 2, so compatibility with temperature goal and resilience goal. And that depends on whether the finance we're doing has a specific investment or whether it's targeting an entity. So we have different approaches. Next slide, please. Building block 3, the climate finance one, I thought it was worth putting the words there to show you how important climate finance is within our Paris alignment approach. I'm not going to read it all out, but I think you're going to get these slides. Next slide, please. 4, again, super important. There's no Paris alignment without us working to support clients, and that includes public and private clients. It includes banks, because if we're trying to reach SMEs in countries, we need to be supporting the local financial system. Next slide, please. Now, this one looks horrendous, but it comes from our presentation at the last COP, and what I want you to see is just how many bullet points there are in the middle. This is what we are thinking we need to look at, or we did at the last COP, of international development in disclosures and reporting. So the reporting group, which I chair, is thinking about, well, how can what we do as MDBs be sort of aligned with what's going on in the international world of finance reporting, because we don't want to be doing things that are completely incompatible. But as somebody said yesterday, this list just keeps getting longer. So if you were to do the list now, you'd probably have more bullet points. But it is important that we try, as MDBs, to be as compatible as possible so that we're not asking totally different questions of our clients than what is being asked, for example, by investors. We're hoping to make more progress on what our reporting framework would be, and hopefully we'll have some more information at the next COP. Next slide, please. This is a little advert. If you don't know it, we have a joint MDB climate finance report. I think the very first one we did, you were on the panel, and you weren't even, I think you were at UNFCCC then. So we've been doing this a long time, but we try to improve in each year, and one of the changes this year you'll see is there's more information on LDCs and SIDS, which was a specific outcome of a user survey we did at the beginning of the year. Each MDB is responsible for its own data. Each MDB has its own targets. Its mandate may be different from other MDBs. Each MDB is responsible for the scrutiny and quality assurance of its data. We aggregate it in this report. For EIB, I'm going to finish by just saying we believe that this transparency and robustness is super important. We report aggregate and project-level data for every single project that has a climate finance element, and we have it externally audited. So we're trying to make sure that when we report climate finance, you can trust that as best we can, we're reporting it robustly and consistently with the methodology. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you for reminding people of my past sins as well. Yeah, but having said that, there is a lot riding on the multilateral development banks, and while you have outlined the efforts that you are undertaking on aligning all flows with the Paris goals, emphasizing climate finance and the centrality of that, but also not only climate finance, but as you said, the building block on supporting clients. I think that is where the link comes in very strongly as well. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions for you when we get into the Q&A session, but let's go on to the next speaker, and we'll get to hear some country experience from the Rwanda Green Fund from Teddy. Teddy, over to you.
Thank you. A big thank you to the Secretariat for the invitation to, to discuss such an important topic. Just to highlight that I also do believe that Article 2.1c and 9 are complementary in that they work together to ensure that financial resources are directed towards activities to promote climate-friendly development, but that these resources are also allocated in a way that supports the needs. And here I'll be mostly talking in the perspective of developing countries. Now, I would like to, first of all, highlight that, yes, there is, there's a lot happening and we're seeing the finance flows, but I would also like to talk about some of the challenges with the provision of climate finance to the developing countries, and then from there, again, I'll give the perspective from Rwanda, what we're doing, and how we've been able to access some of the financing. So just if I can focus on Africa, the recent study of Climate Policy Initiative showed that in 2019, and global finance flows reached $632 billion, but climate finance flowing in Africa only stood at 4% of the global flow. So we only saw 30 billion USD flowing to Africa. Now, just again to put it out there that Africa needs an estimated of $277 billion to meet its NDCs in 2030. So I just wanted to give that perspective and then, take the discussion forward. Now, from experience, there are quite a number of challenges in accessing climate finance and at speed and scale. And I really want to keep using these words because, yes, we do acknowledge that there is climate finance flowing to the developing countries or, Africa or Rwanda specifically, but there's still a lot of challenges in terms of unpredictability, the resource intensive. I'm sure some of you have you know what it takes to get accredited to the Green Climate Fund and what it takes to access a $32 million project that takes about 4 years. But there's also the issue that a lot of the approach that has been used is mainly project-based. So we see a lot of partners coming, but providing fragmented and sometimes scattered support where you don't really see the impact in the end. So now, coming to the good side of the story, I would like to now really just give you what we're trying to do in Rwanda and how we're trying to address these challenges. Now, the first thing that the government of Rwanda has done is to really provide an enabling policy framework. So we do have very clear strategies. We have a green growth and climate resilience strategy that looks at different sectors and really mainstream environment and climate change. We have a clear Vision 2050, which sets Rwanda to become a carbon neutral economy by 2050. And then, of course, we have NDCs, implementation frameworks, and so on. And recently, we're now, with the support of the German government, we're also developing a taxonomy, so a sustainable finance taxonomy, because we do believe that if we're also talking about attracting climate finance, you need to develop a wider taxonomy which can also enable private sector finance to flow. We also have the establishment of the Rwanda Green Fund, which I heard, and this is basically a financing vehicle which has been established by the government of Rwanda to play the role of attracting, coordinating, and boosting private sector engagement. So being able to have a financing vehicle, again, this has also helped in a sense that we're able to work with bilateral as well as multilaterals, but also be able to channel funding to support projects on the ground where the need is really needed, but also play the coordination role. Because I think it's really, really important that even when the finance is flowing, how do we ensure that this financing is complementing one another? How do we ensure that it's reaching the impact, and so on? The other tool we're using is we're innovative. So we were coming up with innovative financial instruments to, one, continue attracting the public finance, but also unlocking and de-risking and to allow for private sector investments to come in. So just recently at COP27, we launched a green investment facility which uses a blended finance approach to support our private sector players, and it's good to have EIB here with us, where we've been able to, just in over 1 year, we've been able to raise up to $200 million, both in the form of grants as well as, lines of credit from EIB, IFTA, and we see this as very catalytic because, again, we through the frameworks we've set, through the strategies we've placed, but it's also important that we are really creating, we're creating an environment that attracts the private sector finance to come in. Maybe last but not least, we've also started working on mainstreaming climate finance into national budgets, and I believe my colleague here just mentioned it. We also do, again, I don't think that development and climate finance should be dissociated, and I think oftentimes that has also been a challenge where, when you're applying for some of the funding, there's always this push that says, no, this is a typical development project, and it's not climate finance. But let's be real. The most vulnerable people to climate change are the poorest. So if we want to really see the finance flowing, but also, again, I really keep emphasizing on the impact. If we want to see an impact, then we will need to have the two conversations together. So we need to have the development and the climate finance coming hand in hand to address the most vulnerable issues. So just again to highlight what we're doing with the Ministry of Finance in Rwanda, after accessing the IMF Resilience Sustainability Trust, Rwanda has already committed 3 streams of climate-sensitive reforms, which include green budget tagging. Here we're tagging, whereby climate change is going to be it's going to be tagged, but also, by tagging climate change relevant expenditure in the budget and execution to better inform decision-making. We've also gone further to have green public finance management, which again adapts climate change in public finance management ecosystems. And last but not least, greening our public investment management. So last, to conclude, back to the biggest challenge, which I mentioned at the beginning, that a lot of the flows has been coming in the form of project-based finance. We're now adopting a new approach, which is programmatic and holistic, that really ensures that we're working with key sectors to develop long-term investment plans that can be able to channel in different forms of funding. So again, you have funding that can come from the bilaterals, you have funding that can come from the MDBs, but we do need to make sure that all of this is coming in a structured manner that allows for the governments to reach their long-term goals, but also in the end, we need to see the impact. So to conclude, again, I think the priority for the priority for developing countries, but if I can mostly talk on the behalf of, Rwanda, but also Africa, we need affordable finance at scale, and funding needs to be appropriately structured, easily accessible, predictable, and dispersed promptly. Thank you.
Thank you, Teddy, and thank you for taking the full spectrum also of linking up with what Sarah said and what Nancy said in terms of how these different streams come together in Rwanda, but also recognizing the challenges and how you ended with the speed and the scale that you're wanting to see is not yet there. So thank you for your presentation, and let me move on to Amal online. Amal, over to you to talk about your experience in the Bank of Africa.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So it's a real pleasure to be here virtually, but I will try my best to be engaging and to avoid a lecture-style presentation. I really enjoyed listening to you colleagues this morning, and I'm delighted to bring a little bit of the voice of the African private sector, which Teddy very well introduced and which resonated with our experience here. So today I would like to tell you a little bit about Bank of Africa's sustainability journey rather quickly, and then move on to the most interesting bits, which is what works and what doesn't when we talk about Article 2.1c and its link with Article 9. But to put it in basic terms, how can we increase capital towards the proverbial or the real SDGs? So next slide, please. Thank you very much. So just to tell you a little bit about who we are, we're a Pan-African bank with Moroccan roots based in Casablanca, and now we are present in 20 sub-Saharan African countries. So that's our African footprint, but we're also represented worldwide in a total of 32 countries, including the 20 in sub-Saharan Africa. So all this to say, and I will leave a link in the end for all the financial information and all that, which is not the subject of today. All to say that our impact potential is that much greater because we are represented and we do exchange and do business in different parts of the continent. Next slide, please. That's again to give you an idea of our geographical footprint and our main focus being, of course, Africa. Next slide, please. This is a very key point I wanted to make here. Bank of Africa now has really had about a 20-year record or track record in sustainability. It all started with being the first African financial institution to become a signatory of the finance initiative of UNEP. That was our first vision when our top management said, you know, we would like to align in general with the perspective that the financial sector has a fundamental and central role in implementing the global sustainable development agenda. That was pre-SDGs and all of that. So the vision was there, and progressively we started to put in place the building blocks of what an FI can do to integrate sustainability, as we say in the sector, in its DNA. So the Equator Principles was a big game changer for us. We became the first bank in the MENA in 2010 to sign on, and which means that at least all the big projects were signed on with the highest environmental and social diligence. 2 years or a year before that, in partnership with IFC, and another, it's very important, as you'll see, many of our partners are DFIs and also different organisms that we interacted with as a commercial bank. So with IFC, we were able to put in place an ESMS, which became essentially the backbone of what it means for us to be a sustainable bank, is that, you know, we have a robust system of due diligence when it comes to financing projects and at least classifying them and keeping track of Hello, can you hear me?
Now we can. The last few seconds were lost.
I pressed on the... Sorry. Okay, thank you. So that was a challenging journey for us, the ESMS, but now we are proud to say that it captures 100% of our investment loans. We took some perfecting. And in fact, since 2017, we've even added what we call the positive impact lens through our work with UNEP-FI to integrate impact analysis. And that way, when you go to the client, you don't just come with a negative message of this is how your project is completely having adverse impacts, but also saying, by the way, your project has created so and such amount of jobs, it has contributed such and such to the development. Again, what Teddy referred to, which is the increasing association of climate and development finance. So over the years, we've developed a real leadership with our partners, and it's a pleasure to be here with our fellow DFIs because we were able to work directly with them as a commercial institution through different initiatives like the mainstreaming climate action in financial institutions. And most recently, we became a founding member of the Africa Business Leaders Coalition, which is the first African private sector voice that is an initiative of the UN Global Compact. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we've taken all the steps, all the boxes have been ticked in terms of sustainability and ESG. We have a robust exclusion policy that's aligned with the EDFI exclusion policy. We've even integrated climate risk now and working on our TCFD reporting progressively. And I'd like to move to the next slide, please. This is for us really the crux of everything we do. We moving from risk to opportunity. We made that shift in 2015 finally because we were focused on risk. We created an ENS risk department, and then we wanted to go beyond into really testing our conviction. If the financial sector is really going to contribute, it's by raising capital and essentially what we do, which is finance companies. So we did it. We launched the first sustainable finance facility in Morocco, again in partnership with EBRD, KfW, AFD, and other partners that were involved in a very successful blended finance instrument, MORCEF, which is a Morocco Sustainable Energy Finance Facility. And there was a model that succeeded very well with our bankers with minimal training. The fact that it already had the technical assistance made the banker less anxious about becoming a climate finance expert, which the banker will never become, by the way. We are not environmentalists. We don't replace MDBs. A banker is not the OECD or an NGO. A banker is here to finance the economy and sustainably. But the best part about this blended finance model is that, it includes a subsidy. So we have to be very clear in this part of the world, the subsidy works. Then you have the other part of the coin, which is the subsidy. The market becomes dependent upon it. So you remove the subsidy, the clients don't come. So we had a very successful few years. We financed about 100 million euros, all in SMEs and some larger projects, to finance the resource efficiency. Beyond energy efficiency, it became also, waste management and some form of water treatment. And then I think we hit a plateau because the funds from the EU grants and the Green Climate Fund, they're not unlimited. And there's only so much one bank can take from these partnerships. So we decided to do something ourselves. And that's when, in 2016, if you recall the COP22 in Marrakesh, it was our opportunity to work with our DFI partners to develop two new facilities, one in waste and one in water management. That's why you have here Cap Valoris and Cap Bleu. And I'm going to move on quickly now to the main argument of my talk today, which is why it's very difficult for a bank to do this by itself and without the right incentives and the right regulatory framework to bring the whole sector on board. So now that we've talked a bit about these products, if we can move to the next slide, please. Our most recent advancement in terms of sustainability advocacy is at COP27, we launched a new GIP Africa, which is linked to the green investment principles for the Belt and Road, but it's actually not a political organization. It's a partnership between the City of London and the Bank of China. It's not anything else but to become the first emerging economy sustainability initiative. You know, the slides I've shown you up to now for the last 20 years or so, most of our partners and our exchanges and our business has been kind of coming from the north of the world. And today we look around and we see other banks on the continent doing what we do. We want to work together with them, but not only in Africa, also in other parts of the global south, to see that what criteria we can focus on to make these products much better. For example, and I'll move on to the next slide, thank you very much. What resonated really well with us and beyond Paris Agreement alignment, and this is where we get very realistic since COVID, all the inflationary pressures, the increasing conflict context that makes all the raw resources very hard for a developing country in a developing or emerging continent. We found a lot of resonance with the G20 Sustainable Finance Framework, and even then we thought it doesn't really take into consideration the specific local realities of African countries. And as you know, when we talk about Africa, it's not a country, it's a continent. So it doesn't take into account the regional complexities and such. And I'm speaking about Morocco, but we have a different context in Senegal, a different context in Kenya, so on and so forth. So our main ambition from here until the COP28 is to publish a first version of the transition finance framework of the G20 that's adapted to Africa. It won't be perfect, but it will be an additional building block. And by the way, we would love your feedback. This is just an additional effort that we thought would be of benefit because it would enable us essentially to access better capital. And now I'd like to go back to more of a reflective note to see what my colleagues have discussed today, as exchanged with you yesterday, Preeti, and to say, what does a commercial bank in Africa have to say about the Paris alignment, and how can we contribute to scale up this sustainable finance? Well, essentially what I said is really adapting the criteria of climate finance better than our experience. For example, with some partners in Europe, we tried to put in place the waste facility I discussed, and we were able to, after 4 years, we were not able to find more than a very small handful of projects that were eligible. And the concept of additionality became very problematic, and there was even very heated debates between the banker and the DFI representatives to say, look, in Morocco, for example, trash collection, already picking up the trash from the street, and I'm being very simplistic, of course, is an additionality in a part of the world where people don't recycle. So putting in place a criteria so strict as saying we will only finance the residual elements that have been put into, paper, plastic, and we don't even have that in this part of the world yet. So in which case, what was the point of bringing so much capital to this market if the bankers couldn't access it? And again, I go back to the Morcef model. It was very simple. The eligibility criteria were very simple, but mostly there was a website for the banker to access, and they didn't have to think. They could just go in, put in the project description, and it would tell them if it was eligible or not. Taking 6 months to make a project eligible or more is definitely not going to be a game changer in this part of the world. It will remain niche, and we can, always pick out some projects that become the poster child of the financing, but it's not the amplified impact we want, and it's not the going towards the temperature alignment we want. So there needs to be a serious reconsideration of country realities. And again, that's what we hope to humbly contribute with our transition finance framework for Africa. As imperfect as it may be. And by the way, to add credibility to our effort, it's not us by ourselves with the 91, which is a fund in South Africa, also based in London. We brought in Mercer, which is the biggest HR consulting firm, to bring some, distance to say this project wants to be vetted and objective, and again, to be shareable with esteemed colleagues like yourself someday. The second point I wanted to
Amal,
to
could
hone
I
on
request you to sum up quickly, please?
Yes, I was about to ask if I was going over time. I will very quickly add some essential point is we would like to go beyond green or near green activities, to use the language of the G20 Sustainable Finance Framework. I think it's no longer realistic to speak to a developing country context and say that we will go from brown to green with a snap of a finger with investing in renewable energy. On the contrary, we would like to tackle the most challenging industries to decarbonize. And here I'm talking about steel, cement, chemicals, so that high emitters receive the capital to transition towards a better pathway. So I think that's the more realistic approach that we see in this part of the world, especially with all the international context. And funding innovations and projects, I think everyone will agree. I think I'll summarize with saying it's a real honor to be here today. We are a commercial bank among you. We're learning, and we do hope to make some impact in the very near future, and continue our financing across the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amal. I know it's always difficult being online on these panels, but as a commercial bank, what you have been doing, the products that you talked about today, but also very importantly, what you said, how to create the impact by having niche projects that it is not the scale that one is looking for, and the transition finance framework that you're putting into place, which would be going into more challenging sectors than the vanilla ones. So thank you for your for providing the full scope of activities that you're undertaking despite the challenges, in-country challenges. Let me now open the floor to questions. We've had a real rich experience shared over here amongst the panelists. So this is the opportunity to see how what they're doing in practice really, funnels back into the discussions that we are having under the UNFCCC process. Diane, I see you. I see Ricardo. Okay, let me just make a list over here. I believe we have about half an hour to. Okay, Diane, Ricardo. Yes. Okay, let me take batches of 3 and then we'll move on, yeah? Diane?
Thank you so much. I felt the presentation was really helpful. They're all very different, some bring very different perspectives. So I just wanted to bring it to our perspective here at the UNFCCC. Clearly, the private sector is working towards implementing Article 2.1c. But here in our process, we are not clearly given the kind of signal that Article 2.1c is about the private sector, is about, well, significantly about the private sector and the market. Our negotiation here is not very clear, and so the market is going along based on its interpretation and its focusing. It's good to see that EIB especially, and the banks, all of them should focus and can articulate their focus on both mitigation and adaptation. So that is interesting to see. Here, bring it back to the purpose of these workshops and to guide the COP, our COP presidency. I am from a small and developing state. And we have an OECS region, which we have a central bank, and our banks are not transitioning. And what we're hearing from, I make a summary of the presentation that was made. In all of this presentation, clearly technical assistance is really important in everybody's. The technical assistance, both for developed countries, they needed technical assistance. The banks needed technical assistance. Our fund, I have a fund the same. My fund in Antigua and Barbuda follows the Rwanda fund. And then we have the private banks. They all needed that. And that is something that has to happen for something as big as Article 2.1c. We're seeing a bottom-up approach based on whatever country that you're coming. But as those countries are doing their thing, the the finance markets are all connected, you're going to start to see that bottom-up approach in one country is going to be like pulling along the approach in another country, which is an unintended, could be an unintended impact, could be positive or negative, but that impact has to be known and should be managed. In many of our small island developing states, we have not received, there's a lot of processes going all around, and of course we're not a lot of people, so we are going meetings all over the place and so on. I think for us, we are looking forward to seeing what all of you are doing, and to see if we can also get technical assistance so we can do it our way together rather than being pulled in 50 different ways for Article 2.1c. It's interesting to see for the private sector, and I'm not sure for the public sector, I'm sure it was clear as well that there is a need for transitional financing. And it's great to see that we're not focusing too much on risk and we're looking at other aspects of it, but transitional risk is a big deal. And the banks are really, in my region, very risk averse. And in my region, they're risk averse because we have our neighbors, the United States and others, who the priority of the banking sector is not just to do the normal things that banks do and make money. It is to track drug dealers, it's to track people who are trafficking people, it's to track, we're like the police officers of criminals, you know. We make the joke all the time, you know, the Caribbean. We are seen as one of the highest risk banking sectors, like all the pirates come to the Caribbean, and we keep saying no, right? All kind of dark money or whatever money is not all in the Caribbean, but the risk profile that has been assigned to us suggests that this is what is happening. So we have a difficulty in our banking sector trying to get them to transition when they're basically on the defensive all the time. And finally, let's see with all of that, I'm trying to, the commonality here, that my recommendation coming back from these meetings is to look at the presentation to know that Article 2.1c is being implemented in the private sector. I hear what the private banker is saying, that we need to have more, you know, regulations globally so that we can all be doing the same thing, because unless that happens, the banks are going to be 1 foot in sustainability and 1 foot into the non-sustainability world, because it's a competitive market. So what I would recommend is that, I'm hoping everybody could listen, is that under the Article 9, specifically under the Green Climate Fund, that just like we did for adaptation, we have a readiness program developed for countries, for our financial sector to access, so they too can hire the best of the technical assistants. They too can understand what the transitional risks are. They too can develop themselves and position themselves to get funding to transition. And then finally, so they too can avail themselves to a bottom-up approach. So this is my recommendation based on the good experience that you have provided that we can put in place under Article 9, specifically the Green Climate Fund. And I say a readiness package because under the Green Climate Fund, if it's not readiness, you have to apply for the funding through a project accredited entity. And Teddy, as you say, that is a nightmare, and we need to put this in place quickly so everybody can come on board. And finally, I agree, if you're going to want us under Article 2.1c, this is for our negotiators to move forward, we can't have a project-by-project approach. And this project-by-project approach is under the Green Climate Fund, for example, sorry. It's not helpful, and the private sector will not pay attention to us and will not transition. And all of us need to transition. If anything that the heat of this summer will tell us, we're not talking about the clients here for the retail bankers need to lend to people to buy air conditioning and to lend to them to buy their own solar panel kits and stuff like that. We cannot just think about providing financing just to the utility, the big investors. We have to go directly now to the consumers to get them to transition so it can happen quickly. So that would be, so thank you for I don't have a specific question, but thank you for your presentation. And I like Nancy, I like your presentation of the graphic of all of the stuff. Maybe the Green Climate Fund can take that and design a readiness program for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane, and thanks for the recommendations also, recognizing what has been said and what experience can be translated into other countries. Ricardo.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you all for the presentations. They were very focused and very clear, and perhaps some others can follow that lead going forward. We live in a region that is absolutely dependent on MDB and IFI financing for development. And that then gets us very concerned about who is setting the eligibility criteria and what is being taken into account. We have NDCs that people seem to forget include both conditional and unconditional commitments. It is through our NDCs that as countries we've sought to align ourselves to net zero. And so it becomes very disconcerting if you have a circumstance where each individual development project is to be judged on whether or not it is aligned to net zero. Because I'll give you a very simple example. If I'm building coastal defenses, I'm using high-strength, marine-grade concrete with a very, very high rejection rate. That is critical for me to have under NATC's Block 2, my climate resilient development. That's going to leave me struggling under Block 1. And so we have to ensure that we're taking these things into consideration and that we're also taking that broader view of low GHG emissions. So we're taking not just this direct focus that we're getting so often on fossil fuels, but one that is looking at overall emissions, what is being done to reduce those emissions, including the area of energy efficiency, which so many of us have the opportunities to pursue. But also the fact that we have had a global failure to mitigate, leaving us with the need to adapt even more and to access concessional financing for those specific purposes, knowing that those activities are literally actually going to cost us more and be less effective because we fail to mitigate. So the question therefore relates to who is setting the criteria and are these things being taken on board? And that's in your presentation, you spoke about Block 1 and Block 2. Is there a leveraging off or is there an adding up of the totality, and how do you go about that decision-making process, and how do our concerns like these get taken on board?
Thank you, Ricardo. Nick, over to you.
Thank you so much, Amal and Nancy and Preeti and Teddy and Sarah. Really excellent presentations. 2 questions, if I may. I thought the presentations very, very clearly highlighted the importance of public climate finance in itself, but also to lay the foundations for private finance. Technical assistance, funding for credit lines, neutralizing risk, working on policy frameworks, and so on and so forth. So my first question, and obviously Amal from a private sector bank, is could you give some examples of actually where the real private finance is now coming behind the public finance? So I think that was the first question. And then secondly, on the theme of equitable finance, and Nancy, you mentioned just transition. Are there examples about how, and Teddy, you mentioned as well, the highlights of making this inclusive for vulnerable populations, just how that social dimension, the just transition dimension, is also being reflected in your activities? Thank you.
Thank you. I see Nancy, Teddy, and Amal, if you'd like to respond to the questions. Nancy, particularly the question from Ricardo, and maybe Amal and Teddy, you can take the question from Nick. Yeah.
So thank you very much for those inputs. I just want to quickly touch on what Diane was saying about supporting the local banks. I think this is a critical part of what MDBs do and IFIs generally. But we see, and by the way, even in Europe, also banks coming and asking, you know, can we have help to understand better how we could be building a pipeline of green projects, how we can track them and report them in a simple way, what kind of products we could develop to reach SMEs, small municipalities, households, and it's really, really critical. Of course, we have to talk about big projects, but in most countries, developed and developing, the smaller businesses are actually funded through their local bank, and so it's sometimes under-mentioned, and so thank you for highlighting that. And I think every bank, pretty much every bank, including all of us, it can learn by sharing, and that's why, in fact, as Amal mentioned, the mainstreaming initiative, which is actually, you know, it doesn't set any standards or something, it's a knowledge-sharing group, and I think it's pretty much the only knowledge-sharing group that has developed and developing country banks, public and private banks that come together and exchange on these topics, because it helps to share. On the specific question about how do the building block 1 and building block 2 work together, there is no expectation in my mind that a critical flood defense project would somehow be excluded because it's got concrete in it. There is a questioning framework for building block 1 and building block 2. And the questioning framework for building block 2 is not so much for adaptation projects, it's more geared at projects that are financed for other reasons, like a hospital, you want it to be resilient. School system, you want it to be resilient. So you want to make sure that climate risks and vulnerabilities have been looked at. But that would be true also in the design of a flood defense or a coastal defense scheme. But then you also need to look at the low carbon angle. But it doesn't mean that the project has to be low carbon. The questioning framework looks at the country's NDC, looks at the situation of the project, looks at whether there's an opportunity, and I think opportunity is really good because you've heard a lot about risk, but is there an opportunity to bring some energy efficiency or lower carbon or nature-based solution into the project? But the idea of it is to try and make sure that we're not financing things that are completely incompatible. It is not to make it difficult to do projects that need to be built for resilience purposes. And I don't know whether you have a particular project in mind, but I would be myself, and I'm going to say I used to be an adaptation expert. I find it hard to imagine that that would be a project that wouldn't pass all the tests, as it were, because it sounds like an absolutely critical investment. Quickly on the question on just transition, it is a really important part of the building block 4. The MDBs published some high-level principles about how they approach just transition, but I think it's critical to bring it into the discussion, because ultimately a lot of decisions in the transition are going to have both positive and negative impacts, opportunities for some people, and potentially big impacts on jobs and livelihoods, which could be negative and have to be thought about. And in particular, in the transition, I think there's a role for MDBs to help governments and companies and cities think about who are the people that are going to be affected and what could be done to anticipate that and to try and put in place steps that would reduce the impact, creating different jobs, thinking about training schemes, and just understanding that we need to be part of that support system if we're going to enable the transition. So I would say the social element is super important.
Nancy, if I could, I think Ricardo also asked the question on who is setting the criteria. So in terms of, the alignment framework of MDBs, how are you interacting with the countries?
So there's no rule. It is a questioning framework. The only things that are, if you like, set is there is a list of always not Paris-aligned activities, but you won't find concrete on that. You will find thermal coal-fired power and thermal coal extraction. Maybe going forward in the future, that list will get longer. But apart from that list, there's many activities that are listed as always aligned, meaning you don't really need to do a big in-depth analysis. And then there are many types of activities which are high emitting or have, as you said, very important materials which need to be looked at. But it's always on the basis of the situation of the project. And in that case, I'm afraid, yes, we are doing it by looking at the project. But of course, we also do financing of entities. And in that case, we would be looking at the entity and their plan and their program. So it does depend on the kind of financing. But there is no kind of rule that's been set that includes or excludes anything, apart from, as I said, there are certain activities which are listed in the documents as always not aligned.
Thank you. Amal, would you like to respond to next questions on how the public climate finance is laying the foundation for private finance, and also some examples? I know you're just putting in place the just transition framework, but some initial activities that you've undertaken, and then I'll come to you, Teddy. Amal, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's good to see my colleague Nick Robbins, who now is at my alma mater, the LSE. Nick, we follow your work, and I hope we'll get a chance to meet in person. I just wanted to say that in Morocco, and I think in other countries as well on the continent, public finance frameworks have really set the tone early on for the kind of private investment that you see today. If you speak to all the bankers in the banking sector in Morocco, everyone will have some kind of portfolio to show off, to say, look at the renewable energy. Now we are even speaking about a new sector being developed, the green hydrogen. But beyond that, I think you see a lot of desalination, even though, let's say, it's not the most climate-aligned projects. But you see a lot of sustainability-related investments today. But I think what worked the best are two things. When we consider, for example, electric vehicles, how they've taken off in Morocco, it's linked to the subsidy, is that there's an exonération fiscale. You get a fiscal incentive. So the fact that you don't have to put a little, to buy the vignette, sorry, I'm at a loss for words, some kind of incentive that the state has put in place, now everyone goes naturally towards that product. We need the same thing in the kind of markets we operate on this continent that are really price sensitive. So a little bit of effort from the public end will increase financing and channel more of it. That's kind of the basic premise, of course. But beyond that, I really want to advocate for the new advisory role of commercial banks. When the client comes and they've already been hit by tough economic conditions, they're thinking about how to repay their loans, how to pay, the company wants to pay salaries. The banker should come to say, by the way, did you think about integrating this efficiency measure? And let me tell you about how you can do it optimally in your costs. Because believe me, extra costs for SMEs, maybe for larger projects, but for SMEs, it's becoming increasingly difficult to justify. So I think maybe with public finance partners, we can develop this advisory role. And sometimes when you have the right information on the right technical assistance that we can provide commercial banks, we can maybe increase the momentum. And also say it may not be the current or lingering investment priority to be green, but I think today there's a new awareness that we can build on to beef up the advisory role of the private sector.
If I can answer Nick's question around, you wanted a practical example in the private sector. Just to also really emphasize the need for, you need the public finance to unlock private sector finance. And maybe if I can just elaborate more on the green investment facility that we launched last year at COP27. So this is basically, we call it a one-stop center for green investments in Rwanda. And it did take significant technical assistance. I want to come that, we started designing and working on this facility in 2018. Where we had the support of the World Bank and UNDP really trying to, first of all, understand the market challenges. So we wanted to understand, in case this private sector finance comes, how is our private sector going to access it, right? So, several steps were taken, but the key important I think something that we figured out, it was how to structure this facility. So it's pretty much a financing facility that has two windows, one project preparatory facility that really focuses on de-risking. So providing, grants, recoverable grants, and looking into equity to de-risk, but also to support some of these projects that are still at the startup phase to be able to, to scale. And then we have a credit facility that offers lines of credit, and this is also at a reduced interest rate compared to the market rates, compared to the commercial interest rates. So I think all of this, with the thinking and also having a clear view of what we want. First of all, we want to position Rwanda to attract the private investment, but we also want the finance, once it hits the market, to be accessed. So it's really this approach. We have to be thinking of, yes, what does the government need to do in terms of regulation, but how do we also ensure that the money we are mobilizing is also concessional? How do we make sure that it's accessible by a private sector, and then how do we blend? We do need public investments again to unlock the private investments. And on the last question you asked about the social, I believe it was around social dimension. How do we make sure that the finance is addressing the social dimension? Again, this is the new approach we're using. We call it a programmatic approach, where we want to develop investment plans that are catering for, we want to develop investment plans that trigger both public investments, but really working with sectors to make sure that these investment plans address sector priorities, but with a focus on, again, we want to drive the development agenda while creating jobs, reducing vulnerability of people, but of course in a climate resilient manner. So it's having the holistic approach to be able to say we want to develop in a climate compatible way. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Gabriela. I understand there's one intervention online, and there were some hands at the back. Alejandro and Maria. Okay. Sandra, yes, not Maria. Sorry. Okay, over to you, Gabriela.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all of you. Truly, I think the most excellent panel of this entire workshop, so thank you very much appreciated. We heard repetitively over the past days the challenge around the cost of capital, in particular for developing countries. And there were also some statements around the challenges of providing subsidies to the financial sector, and do we really want to do that, and so on. So my question, since we have all actors more or less around the table, is what can we do as regulators in developed and developing countries to push that cost of capital down, moving beyond the use of subsidies and concessional finance, recognizing the importance of it and blended finance and all of that. You were all referring to that, but is there something we can do as regulators beyond that? And is there a space for that within the UNFCCC, a signaling we could give out of the context of UNFCCC? Thank you.
Could we get our colleague online to ask the question? Kathy, do we have the person online?
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Surendra Kalra. I'm from India. I'll be very, very brief because of the paucity of time. My first question is to Sarah. When she says that since 2014, they have given green finance which has risen from 2 billion to 4 billion. So, and say that still they have not calculated the impact of it. I think 7 years is quite a good enough. As far as midterm is concerned, they could have something, or what is their roadmap and what is the formula for calculating the impact? Second is a question to Nancy, and she says that when she was answering to the question to Mr. Ricardo, that she looks into the project as well as into the corporate, which is looking into the going in for that project. How do they take care of the greenwashing as far as their financing is concerned? And one of the wonderful presentations was by Dr. A. Benansha from Bank of Africa. She referred to the G20 sustainability finance also. I too had been following up in great details about this, and I've written 2 or 3 articles also on how G20 has adapted this sustainability finance. We have in India come out with the customized local version of the SDGs, which is being adapted by the SEC India for reporting purposes of the 1,000 big companies, as well as we have come out with the social stock exchange, which takes care of all the 17 SDGs and 169 targets as far as financing is concerned by the social organizations. So I would request and ask Dr. Benansha that if that cost of capital was also raised by Sandra, that do you have any products which are under Sharia financing, which like Mudraba, Mushraka, which are interest-free financing and the cost of capital would be less? Because infrastructure projects or green projects, they would be having long gestation periods also. Thank you.
Thank you. Alejandro and then Sandra.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Preeti, for giving me the floor. Well, first of all, I think Nancy mentioned Paris alignment, taking into account the mitigation goal and the climate resilient goal. And yesterday we have heard the private sector only referring to the first part of this, and the same happened in the last workshop and in for example, NCQG, this when we have the private sector. So I would like to know, why do you think that most of the private sector, when speaking about Paris alignment, only makes reference to mitigation and not to climate resilience and adaptation? I don't know, maybe something in the explanation have failed or they are not interested in it, but I would like to know your opinions on it. And at the same time, I would like to make another question, but based on a phrase that Teddy mentioned, that the most vulnerable people to climate change are the poor, right? And that's why I would like to know how the institutions in which you 3 work, or 4, no, year 4, but at the same time, what do you think about the rest of the world, right? Have taken into account the detrimental and intended consequences of the Paris alignment, as was mentioned by Nancy, yes, overdevelopment and poverty eradication. Because if they are the most vulnerable, I would like to know how you and the rest of the institutions are taking this issue into account. Because I think, well, it has not been appropriately dealt by now. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Sandra, and that's the last question, and then I'll ask each of the panelists to respond to these some very difficult questions that have been posed. Sandra.
Thank you so much, Preeti. Well, first of all, thank you so much for this all-female panel. I really like it. I have 2 quick questions for Nancy. Nancy, during this workshop, we have been talking about that one of the intended consequences of 21C could be, ideally, the transformation of the financial system as a whole. And we know that the IFIs are in a process to be reformed, and I would like to know, in your point of view, what is the willingness of the MDBs to mainstream climate change in all the operations, and in this context, what is the strategy that the MDBs are going to follow to support developing countries in the debt crisis that is happening, because eventually developing countries won't be able to access to these resources. So what is your take on what needs to happen to tackle the debt crisis? The second question is following what Alejandro was asking, what is the strategy of the MDBs to support closing the gap that exists in adaptation finance, and particularly what is your strategy to support also financing loss and damage, because it's something that we don't see in the MDBs so far. So if you can explain a little bit more about the strategy, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Maybe I'll start with Sarah and then move on to Teddy and Amal and Nancy. Since many of the questions were posed to you, you'll get the last word. Sarah.
Okay, I hope I understood the question from India right on the impact of our climate finance. So the figures I mentioned are just essentially the money. So essentially we provided in 2014 €2 billion in climate finance. That increased up to, I think we were finally at 6.4 in 2022. That doesn't translate into the impact. I believe we have figures, but I don't know them on the top of my head, unfortunately, on the impacts of each of these projects and what they've done. So we have different metrics and systems on how to measure what the impact of each of the interventions and projects is. That comes down both to adaptation as well as mitigation actions. I don't believe we have that for the most recent year yet, honestly, but happy to find out. Maybe on Gabi's question, I think this was to the whole panel. That's probably the toughest one. I think first we do have to recognize that the cost of capital comes from the circumstances in each of the countries and the different regulations and credit ratings and different situations that each of these countries is in. So there's probably not a, one fits for all answer for all the countries and regulations. But what we've seen is that, on the one hand, of course, we can do the project-based support on blended finance, but what helps better is if we can actually, get these countries to improve in their system to be more attractive for private capital investment in general. And that can be very different regulation. That can be regulation that's on a national side in order to reduce certain barriers that they have. It can be local content requirements. It can be very different things. I think from what the UNFCCC can do, what's probably best, or also what I would see as part of the discussions under Article 21C, is looking into best practice of what has worked in certain countries, and what are regulations that other countries can look towards that have improved certain situations. I would say that a lot of this in the end also comes down to development, and that's a whole different agenda. But looking into what can be done here, I would say sharing a lot of experience, best practice, and working into recommendations and that can be taken would be my answer to this right now.
So I think, you just touched on that. I have to say that's one of the toughest questions. And how do we make sure that we reduce the cost of finance? So, I mean, again, I'm a strong believer that, we have to keep availing some level of grant financing to catalyze. And I always think that it all depends on how these grants are used. It's not necessarily about the volume or the size, but if we can use it to be strategic and catalyze and come up with different innovative financial instruments that unlock the private capital, then we'll, I believe it's already a step. And of course, concession of finance. So we do absolutely need concession of financing. That is also not replacing the traditional development, because I think there's also oftentimes, we also have other pressing needs, which is why I keep insisting that instead of having a competition between, concession of financing going towards climate versus development, how do we start approaching the two from one lens and, basically maximize and be able to get both benefits, take the development goal in a climate manner. Then there was a question around, I think it was on, how are we tackling the poverty, climate all together? Again, this is, I wouldn't say that we've already nailed it, but it's a conversation that I believe governments need to have with the partners. And I liked the question that my colleague asked about who is setting the eligibility criteria. I think it needs to be a joint effort. It can't, it can't be the MDBs coming up with an eligibility criteria that then governments have to, or different, clients have to abide to, but rather how do we come together and agree on a set of objectives, agree on a criteria which we're also comfortable that once it's, once it's applied, we'll be able to meet it. So I think through the eligibility criteria and the coming together, this allows us to also really make sure that we're looking out for the most vulnerable. We're bringing in the social aspects as well. Thank you.
Amal, would you like to come in and also address the question on Sharia finance? Thank you.
Two very quick points. First of all, on Sharia finance, it's a new realm for us as a group. So everything I've spoken about today has been about Bank of Africa, Morocco, and now all the subsidiaries that are covered with our ESMS. We've gone into Islamic finance, I think, for the last 2 or 3 years, maybe a little bit more, but it's not a realm that we are practicing. We're doing a lot of research and development to see how we can explore this new, I don't want to say niche, but this new form of banking in Morocco. And by the way, all the other banks have their subsidiaries in Islamic finance, so it's a space we'd like to follow and watch. The second point I wanted to say about the cost of capital, and then to join perfectly what my colleague said, I just think we need to have more of a, Nancy, you mentioned the mainstreaming climate action. One of the reasons why we joined the initiative is because we were able to have this special interaction between public and private. I think a lot of the answers might also just come from the practitioners in the private sector that contribute to the frameworks of the public finance sector. Essentially, how do we convince business owners and the industry, the industrial players, how do we convince them that if they want to reduce their cost of capital, it's by accessing green finance incentives? And I don't know what these may be. Sometimes these are subsidies, but there must be a brainstorming session on how these incentives come about. Because if we speak this language, if you say, if I reduce your cost and you improve your efficiency by accessing our incentives, then we can really have a productive exchange, and people will actually move towards those efficiency measures. Thank you very much.
Nancy?
So there's a long list of questions. I'm going to try and answer them quickly. And if you have other questions or if I missed something, then I think we're going to have a coffee break. So on the question from India about the impact and avoiding greenwashing, so impact reporting is going to be and is an important part of the Paris alignment reporting in terms of this framework that we're going to be working on. I don't think you can get away from that. We've worked for many years together with other IFIs on, for example, metrics for climate change adaptation and resilience. It's not easy, but I think it's very, very important, and we're going to continue working. There is an IFI greenhouse gas accounting group, which has harmonized methodology, so that's wider than the MDBs, and the secretariat of that is the UNFCCC. So we try, by doing those kind of things, to have, I wouldn't call it avoiding greenwashing, but having harmonized approaches. If I can just speak as EIB on avoiding greenwashing, I would say there's 3 things that are probably important: transparency, granularity in the reporting, and external scrutiny, to be perfectly honest. It's quite painful, but it's a really important learning process, having somebody else coming and looking at what you're doing. But maybe even internal auditing, but certainly external auditing is a great learning process. We at the EIB decided to publish very clearly our approach to what projects that we are and are not going to choose to finance. We're strategically aligned with the 1.5 degrees temperature goal, and we thought that it would be super helpful for everybody to understand very clearly. For example, we have an emissions performance standard of 250 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour for power projects. That means we no longer finance unabated fossil fuels. And we think it's just important that people understand that's our policy, that's what we've chosen to use our resources for, so that, you, the clients, would understand clearly. And I think that kind of transparency, as you said, on what the rules of the game are, is helpful to everybody. Other entities might choose to have different approaches. That's what we chose to do. On the gentleman's question about the importance of bringing the resilience angle in, absolutely, absolutely. Every adaptation person is going to say the same thing. And yet it is harder to do. It tends to slow projects down because then you're asking for a climate risk and vulnerability assessment. You want to look at the project in the system because you need the system to be resilient. We have to be honest about that. It will take a bit more time and it will take a bit more money, and I think that's where technical assistance comes in. And we need to also perhaps have some concessional finance for that additional work. But otherwise, we risk financing what would otherwise be excellent health, education, transport projects that are not resilient to the climate change impacts either now or in the future. So I do not think it's a nice to have, but it is something that, we need to be honest that it does take a bit of extra work to do. I would say that this approach is completely compatible with financing the SDGs, because we don't want a good SDG delivery which isn't resilient, and we don't want something which is locking in high carbon. We want to look for, can we deliver the SDG investment with resilience and with perhaps finding and looking for opportunities for energy efficiency and so on to take those opportunities to improve the project. So I don't think they're incompatible. I think that transition is absolutely critically part. And the last question was, yes, the debt crisis. So obviously the MDBs are all trying to mainstream climate. Nearly all of us have climate strategies. We all have climate finance targets. Every single MDB has committed to some part of the Paris alignment process, some to all 6 building blocks, some to the new operations part. We all have adaptation experts. In fact, there is an adaptation working group, and EIB co-chairs it with Islamic, and they are attending and contributing to the loss and damage discussions. However, of course, the loss and damage negotiation is for the parties, and the MDBs stand ready to contribute their expertise and their financing whenever it is determined what is the best way forward on that.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you to all the panelists. And my apologies to the facilitator for running a little bit over time. But before I hand it over to him, could you please join me in thanking these real experts who've made a good job of this panel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti, and I think it's Sandra who put it well. This all-women panel was, I believe, quite impressive and insightful. Thank you for the rich exchange of views and sharing of experience. Before we break for coffee, I'd like to make some announcement regarding the group allocations. They've been changed a little bit since yesterday. So we will have also, like yesterday, 5 in-person groups and 1 virtual breakout group. As you can see on the screen, breakout group 1 will be moderated by David Macaulay and will take place behind the plenary. Breakout group 2 will be moderated by Natalia Aliza and will take place in meeting room 11 on level 2. Breakout group 3 will be moderated by Lian Shalatek and will take place in meeting room 12 on level 2. Breakout group 4 will be moderated by Raju Pandit and will take place in meeting room 15 on level 3, and breakout group 5 will be moderated by Marcin Kowalczyk and will take place in meeting room 16 on level 3. The virtual breakout group will be moderated by Hilary Aragon. Similar to yesterday, all breakout group moderators and secretariat support staff will gather around the coffee area in exactly 10 minutes, because that's how long the coffee break will last, 10 minutes, so that they can guide you to your respective rooms. The common report back session of the breakout group discussions from day 1 and from today will then take place right here after lunch at 2 p.m. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, friends. Enjoy your coffee break, which will last exactly 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you again for the panel.
Hello, good morning. My name is Hilary Aragon from Christian Aid, and I'm going to be supporting the facilitation of this virtual discussion on the questions that we have for the breakout group. I can see we have 26 people in this group. I assume that some of them will be from the Secretariat, but we have 1 hour to discuss these 3 questions, and then as outlined by the facilitator for the session, we will have a joint report back after lunch. Welcome again. And we have the 3 questions in the Padlet for you to look at. You can either respond them in writing. The answers are completely anonymous. You can also raise your hand and just voice your views. The point is that this discussion is fully inclusive and that everyone participates either in writing or orally, and we can have a fluid conversation. And please raise your hand using the function, and we can just really make a start. Yes, and in addition, yes, if you can kindly introduce yourselves and when we take the floor. Thank you so much. So we have 1 intervention, emissions and climate resilience. Can I please ask the Risa, can you? Yes, I can't really see the answer. Great, because I can't really scroll it down. So we have 1 contribution about question 1, phases, which is the question 1 is what is needed to ensure that finance flows are consistent with Article 2 of the Paris Agreement in the context of equitable access finance and to ensure that no one is left behind. I would really welcome you and encourage you to take the floor, to really just share your views. This is a very participatory space so that we can have a more interactive discussion. So on this question, the participant noted, phases in Article 2.1c, GHG emissions and climate resilient development should be taken as a whole of the funding organization and not project-wise or sector-wise, otherwise it leaves a lot of this, it leaves a lot of the scope for greenwashing, please. Okay, thanks for that intervention. And we are still waiting for people to break the ice and come on to the discussion. I will also invite you to reflect about the links with the NCQG, which is a discussion that we had earlier in the week. We had TED number 7, when we looked at issues connected to transparency and quality of the new collective quantified goal, which is under Article 9. So exploring the linkages between Article 2.1c and how this provision can enable supporting the scale-up of climate finance, including the NCQG, is question number 2 for this discussion. We'll welcome your views on that. And vice versa, how Article 9 can be complementary or support the achievement of Article 2.1c. That is also a question for this discussion. That's the question number 3. Maybe maybe I can start with, just to break the ice, with some personal remarks which stood out for me, is the applicability of this provision of Article 2.1c. We know that it is a provision that it doesn't really distinguish between developed or developing countries. It sits under Article 2, which is kind of long-term goals of the Paris Agreement, so it's applicable to all. However, when we try to see the application of this provision in context, then we can see that it could mean different things to different countries. And it was interesting to hear from the panelists how they understand this, and especially from the private sector, how they approach the implementation of Article 2.1c in Africa and in economies and markets where there is considerable challenge for investment as well, and other priorities need to be taken into account. Also, interesting point in connection to the fact that this provision, as it sits in Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, it is also in the context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty. So that the reading of this provision has to be in light with this framing, which is the overall framing of the Article 2 of the Paris Agreement. Interesting questions as well in terms of the kind of reduction of GHG emissions, but also the climate resilience component, because this provision is catalytic to both, to enable the implementation of Article 2.1a, but also 2.1b, which is about a resilient future. That's the second goal of the Paris Agreement. It relates to increasing the ability to adapt and foster resilience. So Article 2.1c comes in as a provision that is a catalytic provision to enable the implementation of both. So in that sense, it does have a very transformative potential. I'm not sure if these initial thoughts. So we have another intervention. Can I just really ask to take up the floor and really, it's great that we have written interventions, which I highly encourage, but it would also be incredibly useful to have an exchange as well, and to people just to come in and just maybe share with us what they understand as this provision, and how it's implemented, how it could be implemented in your countries, what it means for the public, the private sector, and how they see this interface with Article 9, which is more about provision and mobilization, but this other provision, 2.1c, is about something much broader, involving different sectors, but also different flows. So on question 2, we have, in order to attract more green investment, NCQG should have provisions for audit and assurance whether the funds disbursed have been utilized for the purpose for which these were granted. Article 9.5 provides for a biennial review. Great, thanks so much for that contribution. I would welcome people writing these comments, which are really useful to also expand on them if they can.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
I have written that comment.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Surinder Kalra. I am from India. I would like to cite the Indian example on this. What the Indian SEC has done is that we have customized all the 17 SDGs and 169 targets as far as the Indian conditions are concerned. And we have made them applicable. And these are compulsory, not optional, with effect. And we have the financial year starting from 1st of April and ends with 31st of March each year. And from 1st of April 2023, these have become compulsory for reporting for 1,000 big companies. And from next year, that is from 1st of April 2024, the assurance and audit of these reportings also will become compulsory. So as such, then it becomes very essential, and it is a part of it. It is 99% a part of the annual financial reporting also.
Thank you so much for that view. And just because you were in TED 7 and actively participated in discussions there, I was wondering if you might want to offer your view as to how this provision 2.1c interfaces, interacts with these discussions on NCQG, which we just had a few days ago. What was your understanding about the linkage?
Exactly. I'll come to that. In fact, in that Article 2.1c, that part, question number 1, I have written, and from the day 1, I have been questioning about the validity. Where does the greenwashing is being checked in all these Paris Agreement? Problem is that we have not been concentrating almost for more than out of the first 3 days. First, I started with the discussion on greenwashing from the first day itself, and I'm sorry to say that on the first day I was told the greenwashing context was totally ignored. It was when the other people also started raising this point, it was discussed from the second and the third day. And what we have done in India is that it is not on. I'll give you a simple example. There is a financing institution. It does some 100 million financing to a Caribbean island. And similarly, it does another financing in Canada where a small mine is getting merged in acquisition transaction is there with a big mine. The small mine is not at all following the ESG norms. So as such, when this financing institution does financing for the both, they are, as far the Paris Agreement is concerned, it is only reporting about the, as far as Article 2.1c is concerned, it can only report about the what green financing they have done in a Caribbean island. It would not report that mergers and acquisition transaction under this portfolio for a company which is not following the ESG norms at all. So, but in India, we have tried to merge. They have to give all good, bad, and ugly transactions which they have done, as which are going to affect the UN SDGs. It is not only SDG 13, but it may take into consideration SDG 5 also. It may take into consideration blue economy also. Everything they are taking into account. Or even there's a total ignorance as far as I have seen at UN FCC is there. SDG 17 is not at all being discussed. The partnership. What I'm giving you the example about this. We are talking about those things, and SDG 17 is not discussed because financing cannot be done alone. It has to be in partnership.
Okay.
And so when we talk about all these things in the entire, and you see, only last fortnight there was an annual review meeting in the headquarters in New York, and the progress was discussed, and the progress in UN SDGs is being discussed from AR4, AR5, AR6, IPCC, but there is hardly any the progress is very scanty, and we are midway through, and the norms for assurance, audit, target achieving, and to be very frank with you, till now, even though we are halfway through, the definition of climate finance has not been crystallized. Suppose I go to a financing institution and ask him that what is your portfolio of green financing? He says, what is green financing? Can you tell me the definition? Do I have the local standard to ask him, what is your green financing, when we have ourselves not even crystallized the definition of green financing or climate financing?
Thank you.
And moreover, we are midway through. It is very surprising. Rather, this when the SDGs were proclaimed, the green financing, or when this thing was, we adapted the Paris Agreement, we should have there and then crystallized with the definition. It may go on modifying with the evolution. You see, if we study the theory of evolution by Darwin, even human beings who are called Homo sapiens, we used to have tail like the monkeys, and we have evolved like that. And slowly, if the definition has a tail that can, or the vestigial organs can be redeemed. And it
Thank
can
you
be modified as, but we should come out with a definition for the public that this is the definition and start working on it.
Okay, okay. No, thank you so much for that point. We have another hand, but before
Sure.
we invite the other participant, just to recap on your point, I understand that you stress really the need to have definitions and understanding. So would it be fair to say that to see real progress on Article 2.1c, it is necessary to both the public and private sector to better understand which activities could really be relevant, including asking what exactly constitutes green, what exactly constitutes climate aligned investments, because there's currently there is lack of definitions and common understanding of what we're talking about when we start to unpack this provision. Would that capture your point more or less?
Yeah. In fact, what I want is that there should be capacity building also on this. I want to add that point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, capacity. Okay, great. Please,
Thank you.
have, it's okay. We have another participant. Let me just see. Okay, sorry. Hendrik, please come in. You have the floor. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, just in response to the first question, I think what we still see is that the public and private flows outside are still mainly going to fossil fuel dependent economies. And this is what we need to change. So we need to go that finance into the solutions. And I think, and this was also made pretty clear in the presentations that we heard over the past couple of days. Sorry, I'm mixing up the workshops, but we heard plenty of presentations in that sense that we do have finance available, but it's just not going into the right investments. And this is what we need to work on. The sense of leaving no one behind, this is of course very, very important to all of us. But this is also why I think everybody needs to work on what they want to do on 2.1c and should include that in their NDCs. And some measures are already in there, and I think we do have more measures related to the implementation of 2.1c than we are aware of, because we don't name it that way in the submissions or in the NDCs. But this is actually something that we also did in the EU, so trying to rationalize, so what are elements that we do have in our action plans that talk to 2.1c, that help us implement 2.1c. And I think we need a bit of thinking, because there might be some experts designing measures that they don't consider us implementing 2.1c, but they actually do it.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have a mismatch there on our very theoretical debate in here and the practical implementation that is still too small, but it's still like, you know, it's starting to take place. And at the same time, every country needs to define for themselves on how they want to approach it, how they want to implement it. Of course, linkages to the international system, and this is why it's so important that we do have a joint conversation about that. If we do want to have like certain standards, if we do want to, you know, if there are like elements that we want to agree upon, where we want to stand out strong signals. And this is why, as the EU, we find it very important to have a permanent agenda item on 2.1c. And I'm saying 2.1c, not 2.1c in relation to Article 9, but on 2.1c. Because of course we can make use of Article 9, as my colleague pointed out in the panel, to help countries implement Article 2.1c. But 2.1c, first of all, it's a global effort, so everybody needs to act on it.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Thank you so much for your points. Just to recap that I'm gathering this correctly. So you talked about, yes, I mean, the significance, well, the realization that there are flows, but obviously flows are not going into the right direction. So Article 2.1c is about obviously scaling up flows, but also redirecting flows to the right direction. And that is something that we all need to work on, because we still have sectors that are not still carbon incentive and are still getting investment. So that's the point one. So in terms of like a sense of leaving no one behind, is that, well, it is also about understanding how countries want to implement 2.1c, and that needs to be also communicated in NDCs, which currently reflect very little detail in terms of how countries plan to approach it. It might be that they are already working on dimensions of this provision, but they might not know it, and that maybe links back to the issue of not having a definition or sufficient understanding of how to operationalize this provision in practice. And then obviously you link that up to the question of having an agenda item under the UNFCCC to understand better the implications and the operationalization dimension of Article 2.1c, not so much in relation to Article 9, but just to look at Article 2.1c. Is there a fair recap of your main points, just to make sure that I'm capturing? Okay, great, thank you. I think we have another hand. Ian, please come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian from the Russian Foreign Ministry, joining you from Moscow. I wanted to agree with the previous colleague on the points that a lot is being done already in the context of 2.1c. We just don't label it that way. And I think submissions from countries on this part demonstrate it. And there's really a lot being done in the national context. Since we have a generally nationally determined nature of implementation of the Paris Agreement, so it depends on really how we summarize those points and how we look at the scope. Where I have to perhaps disagree, we are not sure that we need a separate agenda item specifically on 2.1c within the negotiation process outside of anything else. And the reasons are different. First of all, we can always take any part of the Paris Agreement and see if this is not being sufficiently implemented, so we need a separate agenda item on it. And if we look at 2.1c specifically, I think the discussion over these workshops within the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue has clearly demonstrated the divergence in understanding, in interpretation of this. That's fair enough, I think. There are different national approaches. And if we try to narrow it down to only one question within 2.1c, then we are running the risk of having a standalone discussion outside of the general context. 2.1c should not be another discussion on how to ban all fossil fuels once and for all, simply because it's not going to be a solution for lots and lots of developing countries. And I think their voices have been quite clear on that in terms of intended or unintended consequences, or simply further decisions that would have to be taken and that would be very difficult and practically not implementable if we take such an exclusive approach to this. So from my perspective, a lot more discussions and technical work are needed on this. And, the STF has been involved on this for a very good reason. So I think that it's not yet the time to navigate 2.1c in an exclusive manner. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for your contribution. And just a question. Interesting to hear that you disagree with the perspective of having an agenda item dedicated to this, and of course I will point that there is difference of view on this aspect. But just so that we can propose a way forward, how would you envision the best way to address this all-encompassing issue within the UNFCCC? without outside the UNFCCC, or what can be done within the UNFCCC to contribute, knowing full well what you said, that it is really not a one-dimensional issue, but it's just a very all-encompassing thing. So what is really the fora to advance understanding on this?
Thank you, Laurie. I think what has been missing in the discussion is broader link to the sustainable development process as such and to other SDGs. We did not have this discussion outside of. We know we have the 2030 agenda, and we know how it's been doing in terms of progress and achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So when, quite frankly, from my perspective, when somebody says that we need to align finance flows with the Sustainable Development Agenda, in a broad sense, or with Sustainable Development Goals altogether, I don't have a problem with that, because they're all different, they're integrated, indivisible, it's all very well conceptualized. Of course, there are drawbacks, but yet there is the overall agenda that exists and different goals, and we know that we have to make trade-offs and make sure that the efforts balance each other, so that we don't finance or take action in one particular field that is being done at the detriment of other fields which are equally important. So, but when we narrow down this scope to climate change only, and hence this discussion on finance within 2.1c, then that's where I have this problem, because there is no linkage to the broader process, and it's not clear how it's helping poverty eradication. In some contexts, in some countries, in some cases, specific initiatives can, of course, and will, and that will be the positive side. But at the same time, I think many representatives of developing countries have been quite clear in terms of what they can run into if they take into account other issues. So coming back to your question, I think this discussion should definitely be elevated to the Sustainable Development Agenda as a whole. And there are already financial tracks, Addis Ababa Action Agenda, Forum on Financing for Development in New York, et cetera. So that's being done already, and that should definitely continue in that spirit. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you so much. And I think that is really useful as well, because the issue of having an agenda item on this particular issue is not new. It's something that has been requested before, and it's something that might come up again. So it's good to discuss this and to have alternatives as well in terms of where else this could be discussed. And I completely take your point about the kind of the not simple solutions to this, because Article 2.1c and its implementation could really mean different things in different contexts. It applies to all, but it will really apply differently across the globe. So that there would be implications for developing countries in that perspective. So it's not a sort of simple narrative and a simple solution that could be advised or implemented everywhere. So that also noting that Article 2.1c sits within Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, which is, it basically says, the wording is, in the context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty. So there is a clear link to issues of SDGs and to issues of, well, let's have a look at this in that context, which means countries have other priorities as well. So the implementation is not going to be overnight. It's not going to be that simple. So thanks so much for that. Please, anyone that would like to come in? Okay, so we have some written contributions, specifically to question 3. The UNFCCC should work very hard on crystallizing the definition of climate finance, as we have already halfway through, and also on second point, to work hard on capacity building on climate finance, impact assessment, and similar items. Yes, thank you so much. As we all know, the definition of climate finance is a perennial issue, you know, for all of us. But it's fundamental as well. It's fundamental. The fact that many people understand different things by this could leads to different reporting, different results, different standards. So that's not very conducive to trust. So I think everyone is aware of the problems, and more definitions is a good thing across the board, included on this particular provision, of course, as was pointed out right at the beginning. Okay, so we have in question 2 a new point. It states that Article 2.1c does not replace obligations under Article 9, in particularly Article 9.13. That resonates with the intervention that we heard earlier from the panelists from Germany, who started outlining what they've done in terms of meeting climate finance obligations. And she clearly stated that in her perspective, in the perspective of her country, they don't see one replacing the other at all. But Article 2.1c is definitely about something much broader. And obligations under Article 9 in her country are being met, and even the provision of support has increased. I would love it if people would like to speak to these points as they write in the Padlet, so that we can have more of a conversation. But these are all well-noted points. I'm gonna in the Padlet, I'm gonna include them in the report back as well. The report back will have to be really brief, I've been told. But so on the question 9, on the question 1, we have a new intervention. It says public and private finance flows towards the fossil-based economies activities are still larger than those for global climate finance adaptation and mitigation actions. This needs to be changed. We need the public and private flows moving into solutions. Yes, and I think this very much resonates, agrees with the point made earlier by our colleague, that this provision is definitely about scaling up all the flows in the right direction, but it's also about redirecting the flows where they need to go towards advancing both the objectives of the Paris Agreement in Article 2.1a, but also 2.1b, which is about building resilience and adaptation. So Article 2.1c would be catalytic to progress both objectives, and that is stated. I think that's the idea, that's the philosophy of the structure of Article 2 in the Paris Agreement. So, exclusive. So, okay. There is one other intervention here, written submission, re-emphasizing the point of difference between these two provisions, that they serve very different purposes. They're neither interchangeable nor mutually exclusive. Right, I think that resonates a lot with the panelists and the interventions made before. I can point this as a sort of a point of conversions, really. So that's clear. Actions implementing Article 2.1c help to facilitate and accelerate the mobilization of flows, fund for climate action. Yes, I mean, maybe we can, building on these questions, maybe we can think about, we've heard about incentives and what regulators can do to incentivize further shifting, further action towards going into the right direction, like the right type of investment that we need to see in alignment with this long-term goal in Article 2.1c. I was wondering if people can maybe share from their own country perspectives what kind of incentives, policy, regulatory, fiscal incentives we can see being put in place concretely, like practically speaking, so that we can advance as well in the discussion. So, Hendrik, please come in, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of policies that can just help to get like more flows into the solutions. And it's basically in the moment when you decide to work with your local communities on for example, adaptation. And you as a public sector provide some more information on risks that might happen due to climate change in that specific local environment, because adaptation is mostly local, so you really have to understand what kind of risks you get in that area, and this then might help to facilitate investments also by private people and companies on ensuring themselves against those climate risks or changing constructions or whatever is needed. So depending on what is needed, and through that, finance is then used in a different way. You might just change the construction of a building a bit, or you might just, because you do have information available about the attractiveness for solar, you might just put your building in a different position so that you can get higher coverage of the solar energy. You know, it's like simple kind of information that can help that others take a decision differently. I'm going to the local level because we take a lot of decisions at the local level. It's private investments, it's investments by local municipalities. And we made the experience in Germany that when we started to implement climate programs for local municipalities back in 2009, the level of information that mayors had to take decisions was really bad. So they had a lot of inefficient buildings, but they did not know who was the black sheep. So they didn't know to which building to invest in first. So it really helped them to get a better understanding of where they are spending a lot on energy, to then make a decision on where to allocate scarce resources for renovations, for example. And these kind of policies really help to channel investments to solutions. If not, they might have continued to spend more money on energy costs and especially like on lighting. It's so easy to cut costs very rapidly, but they needed that information. And these are all elements that we can take as public sector and start to work with local municipalities on the information where they need to have a better understanding. Thanks.
Thank you. And one question back to you. I mean, it's clearer, I guess, for me, to see incentives and policies like that can be put in place. For instance, like you said, more information and work at the local level as well. I mean, it's easier to see that being put in place and being taken on for sectors like energy or mitigation, solar, that kind of thing. But ultimately, Article 2.1c is about catalyzing action for the provision about the principle about building resilience and adaptation. So what kind of policy incentives can be done for that specific sector?
But you see it in that sector because, for example, it's about rainfalls. You know, for that you need better data on how that might affect like your local surroundings. If you do have rivers that are prone to some overflooding risks, for that also need new assessments and new data. It's also just better understanding of, I think you see that oftentimes in how we treat our children. You know, there was a certain incident where we had a pretty strong storm, which is not always linked to climate change, but it's, you know, we will get more intense storms. And they decided to close schools early and send students out of the street alone. They might have a key for the flat or not. That was highly discussed. And these are all like situations where we need to go for a higher level of awareness on how to react in these kind of situations where a storm is just more intense or where rainfalls are just more intense. And sorry, I can't remember, but it might be from Thailand or Bangladesh. I can't remember, but they are doing a training for school kids in the 4th grade where they learn on how to react in these kind of situations. And I find that very interesting because you teach awareness on how to react to new a higher intensity of nature events. And I find this is also, you know, it's not that much then on finance flows, because it's more awareness on how I behave myself. I don't need that much money for it, but you know, it's a lot that we can do on that side. Also with shadow, thinking more about shadow helps.
Yes. No, I was just really asking you back because we've heard questions in the plenary, reactions to the panelists about the focus on mitigation and investment on efficiency sectors, but we don't talk so much about the other aspects, which is about catalyzing support for this other area, which is the one precisely where we see less flows going. We do see an adaptation gap in public finance, but also we really see not much private finance going to issues like adaptation or resilience building. So it's maybe one aspect that in this particular context has to be brought up to.
Yeah, but it's then also like in agriculture on crops and what kind of trees you plant, you know, that private investments also in that field. And I think, yes, you need more research for that, but it's also the advisory service and put up by the lady from the Bank of Africa. I think that is very important that we do have private sector who is aware of this and can then also advise like smaller companies on what might be relevant for their business to take into account when looking into additional climate change risks that will happen over the next couple of years and decades. So I think there is a role for them as well.
Yeah, great. No, thank you so much for that. One quick point about, because you were in the TED 7 discussion and you know all about it. So I was wondering if you have a view about how this provision links with or can help that particular process. And this is particularly in relation to question 2 of the discussion. It says, how can Article 2.1c enable supporting the scale up of climate finance, including with a view to the NCQG?
Yes, this is in the end is, you know, if we get an overall, I now call it greener investment climate, but if we do get an investment climate that is more aware of climate risks and challenges and of the solutions, and also about the rentability of the solutions, then overall we will see more investments. This is what happened with renewable energies. When we first started, you know, it was unknown to the financing sector. It was unknown, so it was a high risk. Then it got more common. And because it got more common, more people are trained in it and see it as a viable solution. Or heating based on in the end, new technologies. If you have like higher awareness, then it's easier. If it's like right now in Germany, we are going for a new legislation for the heating in private households. And we do have a lot of homeowners complaining because they just built a new home and they got gas installed. This is not a future technology of the future. And now the legislation is trying to push people to go into renewable energy-based solutions. Now they are complaining, but they did that investment just like 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I personally, with this background knowledge of climate, I would have never invested in gas. But the advisory sector was not working in that sense. So everybody was advising to go for a well-known technology that did good service in the past and not going for the new technology. And you know, these are all elements that once it's more mainstreamed, it will help us to get into the solutions technologies.
Thanks a lot. I take your point that building awareness across sectors and with citizens and also with, you know, different actors about the significance of greener technologies and strategies and actions is important to achieve progress on this issue over time. Just like everything starts with information, right? And you don't know where you might be in a few years' time. So, but that needs to be there to build support and buy-in. So I'm going to note down those points. would anyone else like to come in and contribute with the questions? So we have 15 minutes left. Can I just confirm that this is correct to Risa, the colleague from the Secretariat? Do we have 15 minutes left for the discussion? Is that right?
Yes, until 1 o'clock.
Okay, wonderful. I'm in London, so I'm like confused with the time, but I think that yes, that's right. So excellent. So I think we got interesting points in terms of you know what is needed in terms of making progress. And first point noted was that to see real progress, we need to understand really better for both public and private sectors what activities could be relevant, definitions. We need to understand what is green, what is climate aligned, even what is climate finance to begin with. Point that this provision is really about scaling up, but it's also about redirecting and scaling down. And obviously that has different implications across different countries, because although this provision applies to all, it's not something that is simple or that can be really felt equally in different jurisdictions of the world. This is a complex thing and has to be seen in a national level perspective as well. And also important to look at 2.1c in the context of poverty eradication and sustainability, which is part of the actual article itself. Support to have an agenda item. Oh, we have a hand up, so I'll shut up. I was just talking because I didn't think that others wanted to come in. So Surinder, please come in.
Thank you. In fact, this I refer to Article 9. In almost Article 9. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
In Article 9, it has got, in fact, it only talks about the duties of the lending agency. It doesn't cast any duties on the borrowing agency. What they have to do in order to get some green financing, climate financing, or whatever because there is a lot of talk going on that the green financing is little costly, it is very scarce to get, and all those things. Now, if that our office has done a study that particularly in the Asian and African countries, the women folk, they remain one step backward, and they only concentrate their energies and time mostly on the household choruses, bringing up the children. And their duty only is cast to that their husband goes to the office, comes back, and then entertain him, take care of the kids and all those things. Now, if the women folk, particularly in Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries, they come for the forefront of the nation building, and then the GDP would grow by almost 15%. And so I would like that there should be a concentration of the climate finance wherein the women folk are in the forefront, so that they are also into the nation building process when we concentrate on SDG 5 on that. So that is the duty I cast on the borrowing agency, so that they bring certain projects or proposals to the lending agency that, okay, women folk are coming forward, kindly give them preference over the men folk.
Okay, thanks for those points. I mean, just one point of clarification in my understanding, Article 9 really talks about parties, meaning states. It doesn't necessarily go to specifics in terms of the lender agency or the borrower agency, but I guess you mean this in the context of developed and like provider and recipient countries. Could we frame it like that? Okay.
You see, the climate finance talk starts with the phrase that the developed countries have to fund the developing countries. So it is implied. So when we talk about developed countries financing the developing countries, so what I mean is that the developed countries, the lending agencies in the developed countries, they should, when they target any project in the developing countries, it should be women folk, they should be in the forefront where that gives the maximum benefit out of the financing project. That is what my request is.
Okay, thank you so much for that submission. Is there anything that, because we talked a little bit about the dimensions, the operationalization of Article 2.1c, what it means, what it doesn't mean, the implications, and policies, incentives, and so on, where it can even be unpacked further. But anything that we can say in relation to how Article 9 can be complementary or support achieving Article 2.1c. So the other way around, this is in relation to question 3. You made a point just now, thank you so much for that submission, about the significance of putting women at the front. But any other view that anyone might have on this last issue before we can just wrap up? Or about any other question? I think this would be really the last time to take the floor. Even specifically to the question 2 about where Article 2.1c sits in connection to discussions on the NCQG, because those following NCQG know that this is a very contentious issue. And in that particular process, people have been reluctant to talk much about Article 2.1c because this provision is being discussed here. So any view on how the link works, and I think would be interesting as well. And that is in connection to question 2. Yes, Hendrik, please come in. And then we have Karima.
Yes, I think like within the NCQG, well, we see the NCQG as being an onion with various layers, and so the 2.1c would sit outside and help us to work toward that direction. But as I said before, I think they are like very distinct, different topics serving different purposes to 1c and Article 9. And the NCQG is under Article 9. And so because of that, the nature of the discussion needs to be somehow different. So for 2.1c, it's a global approach. So what can everybody do to implement this? And the Article 9 has more the support. It's more about providing support by developed parties and everybody who is in a position to do so. And so it's a bit of a different angle. And have to find out ways that we get into a positive spiral, because this is what this is all about. It's about achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. And how do we best work together with the different frameworks to make this happen, that we are moving into the right direction with the right ambition.
Okay. Thank you so much for your views. Karima, please come in.
Thank you, Hilary, and thank you for the always fruitful discussions. And the prevalence of women also in this mug, which I appreciate, just to balance the yesterday panels, so to say. Today we have very good representation anyway. So maybe, sorry for not, intervening very much, but again, I think the discussion was indeed very, very fruitful. Just reiterate a couple of elements that I think they emerged quite clearly, but it's good to have them very present. Which is again the fact that in our view, Article 21C and Article 9, between those two doesn't stand any kind of hierarchical relationship. And in a way, I mean, we are very happy that we are having this dialogue, and it's actually being quite useful, quite interesting. But again, the framing is not the correct one, because we are really like speaking about a very thin slice of what 21C is. And again, it's about Article 21C. It's about mainly the actions that every party, that all parties can take in the finance sector to make it more in line, to make it more consistent with the whole Paris Agreement objectives. And then it's much more than what is about Article 9. Of course, I mean, we heard, I think at some point that, you know, Article 9 operationalizes Article 21C as Article 4 operationalizes Article 21A. I'm not very sure about, that was yesterday night, sorry. But yeah, that's an interpretation. But again, this is really about, I mean, the relationship is somehow similar, because again, Article 9 is really about a very thin slice of the relationship, while 21C is way broader. So what we want to say and see here is to be very clear that developing countries can be supported and should be supported for implementing Article 21C. But this is not about, you know, this is not all the story. So we see that all parties have a role at domestic level, at international level, and here, you know, more action is needed to increase ambition on finance. And this is also about, again, let's stress that pursuing 21C is where the actual ambitions lies, because we cannot pursue ambitious mitigation and adaptation action without addressing the consistency of finance flows throughout. So that's very important to have. And with respect to NCQG, again, of course, this can, I mean, the support for implementation of Article 21C in developing countries is an important part. So let's reflect this into the NCQG, but let's not restrict the discussion there, because there's so much more to do, as we've seen these days, that you know, the process can do something about it. Of course, everything is happening in the outside world, but we need to be aware of what is happening, and governments need to follow up. And no fear about, you know, implementing this in the context of Article 2.2. Of course, we are doing that with respect to 21A and 21B. Let's do it also for 21C. And let's not forget from the principles of the Paris Agreement that we have common but differentiated responsibilities, but we also have respective capabilities, which we need to follow up to, which is a very important point as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you both for making those points about the connection between those two different provisions. And I see that there is agreement in that these are very, very different provisions that cover different scale and that speak to different things. Article 9 is about provision, support dimension connected to the NCQG process. Article 2.1c, it reflects a much wider level of ambition. And it is about supporting that, but it's also about catalyzing support from multiple actors and sources to work towards a much wider objective, which is meeting the objectives of the Paris Agreement. So I can see that there is agreement on that understanding, is that we're really talking about two different levels of ambition here. And that's also pointing that developed countries need and should be supported to implement Article 2.1c, and that can be part of, you know, somehow the discussion on the NCQG, that level element of support. But of course, this is not the whole story, because Article 2.1c is about the engagement of a wide range of actors, and it's about working towards a much more ambitious direction. A lot of action is needed there, and it involves different actors, global players, and so on. So I'll point that out as well in terms of where convergence is, and that and that we address this question, this issue. So I think that's it really. That's really all we have time for. But again, thank you so much for your interventions and contributions. Surinder, please, we have 2 minutes left, but plee come on.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll take only 1 minute, not 2. My request is that, my submission is that if UNFCCC goes in for some capacity building as far as the lending institutions or those are concerned, there are certain technical terms like sustainable internal rate of return, climate VAR and all those things. There is a technique called Monte Carlo technique and all those things. If anything on that capacity building is required, we are there to step forward and work with the UNFCCC on a global basis or on a regional basis also.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that submission. And well, thank you so much, colleagues, again, for your time and your interventions. And I guess I will see you back at the plenary when we report back. All right. Bye-bye. Have a nice lunch. Bye.
Could I invite you to take your seat? So, colleagues, this is the report back of the breakout group discussions. So welcome back to participants in person and online. In the reporting back, I would invite the breakout group moderators to report back on the discussions from your respective working groups, discussions that took place yesterday and today. So let me start by breakout group 1 from yesterday, and let me invite Charlene Watson from ODI to report back. I think you're reporting from where you are seated. Yes, Charlene, go ahead. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Our group did talk about the 3 questions, but we did actually combine a lot of the questions together, talking about intended, unintended consequences at the same time as countries and sectors particularly impacted and an equitable pathway. Our group was clear that the actions towards implementing T1C can have both positive and negative consequences that refer to climate, but also otherwise, so more broadly development and economic growth. And perhaps that the positive, negative consequences are more pertinent on how intentional though it was as a result of the action. We did consider that the ultimate definition or scope of 2.1c will affect what we think of as the intended or unintended consequences, and we know that that differs by parties and actors. Within this frame, our group brought out an intention for 2.1c to be transformational and to address systems change, and a desire for 2.1c to intentionally improve cooperation in this process around finance. So we all know that different policy steps will be taken to get towards our shared Paris Agreement goal. Thus, in the pursuit of 2.1c and a national approach to implementing one's ambitious NDC and attracting the finance flows to do that may well have consequences for other countries in the implementation of their NDC. So, for example, potentially the larger the economy at the subject of 2.1c implementation, the more likely the cross-boundary consequences will be. Given that a number of countries and actors are taking 2.1c actions in one form or another, our group then also emphasized that it was about making 2.1c intentionally about addressing equity, to avoid 2.1c unintentionally creating a widening gap between developed and developing countries, or to make countries choose between development or climate. So that we can therefore be more intentional about 2.1c implementation being about leveling the playing field between developed and developing countries, which, as we also heard yesterday, is influenced by international regulation, trade measures, and more, and, depending on your definition of 2.1c, may also come down to competitiveness. This would force us to actively balance, for example, an intention of 2.1c actions to reduce the cost of capital in developing countries for financing climate action with other actions towards 2.1c that might then increase the cost of capital in developing countries. So 2.1c was suggested to build, as an intention, a consequence of enhanced resilience that we heard yesterday has so far not been sufficiently thought through or supported in our discussions. The risk of not doing so will be widening the gap between adaptation and mitigation, even could reduce adaptation finance, or it might give an undue focus on energy systems, for example, over energy efficiency in its implementation. The implementation of 2.1c can intentionally seek to restructure an economy to better internalize market externalities and ensure, for example, natural capital is better captured, and or can help us find other ways to raise revenues that may be lost through alignment with Paris, and or increasing climate finance by building an enabling environment. Developed countries within our group noted that 2.1c can showcase the amount of effort they are making towards deep and rapid transitions. This can further justify support, whether it's finance, capacity, or technology transfer. A risk will be trying to implement 2.1c too fast. It can't be implemented overnight, so there will be a sequencing question to ensure that climate resilient development is delivered on appropriate timescales. For developed countries, in the pursuit of 2.1c, taking into account common but differentiated responsibilities, may also necessitate the embedding of an intended consequence of 2.1c to attract and speed up investment in developing countries, and therefore reducing the barriers to this, such as trade asymmetries, taxing of multinational corporations, addressing unsustainable debt, getting the right resources to the right places. So this will ensure that the implementation of 2.1c does not set conditions that only benefit developed countries and the financial institutions and corporations domiciled therein. Even if we agree that there are limits to this system, COP-CMA, then we can still utilize this space to have some frank conversations about our current trade and economic systems, who sits at the table, and implications therein. And just to finish with a comment from our group, we need to make sure that everyone's not left holding their own bag when we implement 2.1c. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlene, for this comprehensive report. I would like now to open the floor to members of your breakout groups, if they have anything to add, any comment. I'm not seeing any request, meaning that your report was quite comprehensive and reflection of all the views expressed in that breakout group yesterday. So without any delay, let us go now to first thanking Charlene once again. Let us go to breakout group 2 from yesterday. The moderator was Sandra Guzman from GFLAC. Sandra, over to you.
Thank you so much, Tosi. Well, I would like to thank to all the colleagues that participated in the session, particularly those that stayed 1 hour more to continue the conversation. For the sake of the reporting, I cluster the interventions or the elements, so I will start with the intended consequences. The very first feeling that most of the participants expressed is that in the context of 2.1c, in order to analyze 2.1c, it is important to take into consideration the context, because every single country will implement or will understand this article from very different approaches. Some intended consequences of Article 2.1c can be, 1, support implementation of NDCs and NAPs, and in that sense, align other national policies with the climate agenda. And this can help to engage other institutions, other entities and stakeholders, such as finance ministries. In that sense, there was mentioned that another intended consequences can be also align other financial flows with climate finance, such as ODA, and other flows that can be associated with climate. Another intended consequence is to send the right signals to the financial system as a whole, and in that context, support the transformation of this financial system, not only internationally, but also regionally, nationally, and at a local level. In considering the unintended consequences, they were mentioning that one unintended consequence can be create dilemmas and trade-offs in developing and developed countries, because these 2.1c may create or have structural consequences, such as intensify inequalities, increase poverty levels, and others that can be a result of this if it is not delivered or operationalized based on certain principles. Another unintended consequence can be the increase in cost of capital, increased debt, and reducing even more the fiscal space of developing countries. And another unintended consequence can be reduce even more attention in adaptation and loss and damage if the narrative continues focusing on the mitigation side of the story. So it is very important to consider both, not only mitigation, but also the climate resilience as part of the 2.1c. And another unintended consequence can be disperse the attention from other development issues, such as the poverty agenda, and that was said, it is important that climate change is mainstream across different development agendas instead of trying to separate agendas. The final unintended consequence that I would like to emphasize is these decisions in other geographies can impact, for instance, certain decisions taken in certain geographies can affect other geographies, such as the CBAM case was mentioned as well. And finally, related to principles, it was mentioned that certain principles will be very important to acknowledge or to include in the context and the discussion of 2.1c, such as the CBDR, just transitions, equity, gender-sensitive approaches, and definitely context-based discussions to embrace and implement 2.1c in a more effective way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Once again, the floor is open for colleagues who participated in the discussions in that breakout group to maybe make any comments or add something. There's no request for the floor, so Sandra, thank you for doing a superb job. Let us now go to Baisan Aran from CPI to report back on discussion from breakout group 3 yesterday.
Thank you very much. So before I go into the details of intended, unintended consequences, I'd like to highlight the overarching issues that our group discussed. So there are 3 points. First one is the issue may be usefully framed as risks and opportunities rather than intended and unintended consequences, as it can create misunderstanding. A more constructive way of looking at it could be maximizing opportunities from Article 2.1c and minimizing risks for collective progress. And on top of that, it would be good to be mindful of risks of not having the conversation regarding Article 2.1c. The second point raised was around importance to clarify the role of UNFCCC processes. So that include, for example, building a common understanding and guidance on what the issue means, and then delivering UNFCCC outcomes like the one on the MDB reform with a view of providing direction, noting that countries as sovereigns will decide on how to implement. The third point is it's necessary to broaden the narrative and move away from net zero narrow focus, as well as to address the existing dichotomy. So this includes the adaptation, loss and damage, and overall sustainable development of other countries. So I think it resonates with what Charlene and Sandra summarized as well. So just a couple of points about intended and unintended consequences, but we were framing it as opportunities and risks a lot. So on the opportunities, Article 2.1c could be something powerful and bigger than what we discuss if implemented and sticking to the principles of Paris Agreement, as it concerns all countries. Of course, the obvious intended consequences include reducing emissions, improving resilience, but on top of that, our group discussed that using the right financing instruments at the right time, de-risking and availability of catalytic finance are all crucial for arriving at the intended consequences. There's a need for identifying and promoting methods, approaches, and metrics to accelerate action, and that can have positive impacts in different sustainable development areas, including on employment, and other areas. Some of the risks include focusing too much on private actors. So there's a notion of obligation of parties rather than just signaling to private sector. And putting profit ahead is a risk for national priorities. Mitigation could impact development of other priorities. So example mentioned were reducing fertilizers, impacting food security, and things like that. We also discussed the high portion of GDP engaged in debt repayment, so that was widely discussed during the group. I would also add that L&D should not be restricted to any type of developing countries, another risk is that leaving smaller countries, including LDC, sits behind due to lack of interest from investors could be a risk to this discussion. Now, going to the safeguards of implementing, overarching vision for Article 2.1c, considering synergies with other cross-cutting topics and conventions such as ocean, plastics, biodiversity, taking into account differences between countries, regions, and sectors, and impacts on sustainable development and poverty eradication. So quality of finance, again, should be such that it does not jeopardize the shared objectives of poverty eradication and sustainable development. Therefore, the safeguards should ensure that implementing Article 2.1c does not go against development. There's a need to balance private sector's incentives and national priorities. The focus should be on thinking how to stop investment that are bad for the climate. A key principle is the bottom-up approach, and progressively improving upon it, there's a need for connection to what countries have to put forward through their NDCs, NAPs, etc. And the final thing I'd like to mention there could be an interface with those who are outside of the process. So that could include the MDBs, trade organizations, standard setters, and engaging with civil society to exercise pressure. Thank you.
Thank you, Baisa. Friends, colleagues, anyone has anything to add to this comprehensive reporting back? No? Thank you, Baisa. Let us now go to breakout group 4, and I think that Indrajit Bose from Cannes was the moderator. Over to you.
Thank you, Tosi. Here, right in front of you. So I need to preface my summary by saying that there were mostly developing countries in the group and just one developed country grouping, so the discussion was very developing country heavy. So now getting on to the questions. So some of them did not like the framing of questions as unintended consequences and spoke directly to the negative consequences of 2.1c. These include, it will impact the policy space and development and poverty eradication agenda of developing countries. Another consequence of 2.1c is it would impact the carbon budget space available for developing countries. It was highlighted that developed countries have overused the carbon budget and developing countries need their right to develop, and therefore 2.1c must be viewed in the context of remaining carbon budget and must not compromise their development plans. Equity was highlighted in this context. Another consequence was in relation to expecting too much out of the private sector. Areas highlighted included the lack of transparency and the difficulty of tracking private sector data. It was highlighted that the poor in developing countries have had to pay for the misconduct of multinational corporations in developing countries. Some saw 2.1c as the transfer of obligations from the developed countries to developing countries and to the private sector. Some saw 2.1c as putting conditions for accessing climate finance and barriers to growth in developing countries. Some also pointed to the inequity as a fallout, especially since developed countries have had over 100 years to develop, use fossil fuels, using the natural resources in developing countries to industrialize, and when it is the turn of developing countries now to develop, they are expected to change their development trends. Some even call this climate imperialism. Another negative consequences highlighted, as was mentioned in the other groups, was locking in indebtedness through 2.1c. In essence, developing countries see 2.1c as putting additional burden on them. Another additional consequence was mentioned was the lack of strengthening of the local private sector and MSMEs, who might lose out or be adversely impacted. Another observation was 2.1c focused a lot on emerging economies and not so much on the smaller economies. There's a huge risk of instability and social unrest due to impacts on the livelihoods of people, and discussions on these negative consequences must be accompanied by a discussion on safeguards for developing countries. Very quickly on the principles, the following were highlighted: equity, common but differentiated responsibilities, fairness, national circumstances. The other observation was around replacing the word alignment with consistent with, which are the actual words in 2.1c. In this context, it was highlighted that the approach should be consistent, and developed countries cannot be doing one thing in their countries and proposing something else for the developing world. A positive message would be to make finance flows consistent with nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans of developing countries. In terms of framing, it was highlighted that 2.1c must be read in the context of Article 2, and developing countries need support to transition and to make sure that the ownership of assets stay with developing countries, and going even beyond, developing countries must have increased ownership of assets. Implementation of Article 2.1c requires developed countries to implement their obligations under Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. In this context, it was highlighted that developing countries must receive new, additional, adequate, and predictable resources from developed countries. Developing countries' priorities of sustainable development and poverty eradication and the right to develop were also highlighted as some of the principles to approach 2.1c. And how to make sure finance flows do not, as a principle, exclude anyone, vulnerable communities and so on, and not exacerbate poverty. And finally, the only developed country representative in the room said that the Article 2.1c is indispensable to close the finance gap, and that developing countries should be supported to implement 2.1c, and 2.1c means changing policies and facilitating the private sector at the national level to be more climate aligned. Thank you.
Thank you, Indrajit. Thank you for the report. Anyone wants to add anything to Indrajit's report? No one? Thank you. Thank you very much to Breakout Group 4. Let's go now to Samson Bwewa from South North to report back on discussions that took place in Breakout Group 5 yesterday.
Thank you, Tosi. So our group started off by generally acknowledging the importance of categorizing the actions to implement Article 2.1c by further breaking them down into positive as well as negative intended and unintended consequences to ensure a comprehensive understanding. We then proceeded to talk about the intended consequences, which we acknowledged as being important given time limitations. Firstly, our group agreed on the need to direct financial flows towards both policies and strategies that emphasize low carbon emissions and climate resilient development. Secondly, our group acknowledged a shift in investment patterns can increase support for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable agriculture. Third, point is which revealed the potential benefits of addressing climate-related financial risks, specifically in making sustainable projects more appealing. And the final intended consequence we talked about was the need to incorporate climate risks in financial decision-making to ensure increased resilience against climate-induced economic shocks. And then we proceeded to talk about the intended consequences, and first there was a concern around the potential emergence of financial bubbles due to an undue emphasis on green sectors. We also observed the possibility of neglecting resilience aspects, potentially leading to a bias towards mitigation over adaptation. There were also concerns voiced around market tools potentially disadvantaging developing nations who are unable to match the progress of developed countries. Lastly, we further discussed the complexities of balancing economic growth with environmental sustainability, particularly in developing nations. We also had a little bit of time to talk about sectoral and regional disparities, and the following 2 points came up. Our discussion essentially highlighted the adverse impacts on developing countries, especially concerning sustainable development and poverty eradication. Secondly, we noted the observable skewness in terms of investments leaning towards adaptation projects in developing countries, just to mention. And we also had a bit of time to tie this discussion towards sustainable finance and addressing key issues around greenwashing. And one thing that came up was around Article 2.1c's expansive nature and the emphasis on the implications beyond the private sector. We further explored the idea of stress testing the financial system as a proactive measure, drawing from sustainable practices. And lastly, the role of public finance in guiding financial flows was highly emphasized. We also had, lastly, to talk about key principles as well as issues around safeguarding. And one key issue that came up was first the need to decipher Article 2.1c. And there was an agreement that Article 2.1c is multifaceted in nature and warrants extended dialogues beyond the Sharm el Sheikh discussions. And then there was also a conversation around the need for strategies to actually actualize sustainable development and poverty eradication within Article 2.1c's framework. And there was also another conversation around ensuring transparency and consistency. And there was a strong view around the need for clarity, first of all, around Article 21C, and that the interpretation of Article 21C should be seamless and, in terms of operationalizing across various sectors. And lastly, there was an additional conversation around inconsistencies between the Paris Agreement and other frameworks like Agenda 63. And lastly, there was a more nuanced conversation around the need to also recognize financial outflows, especially within the context of transfer pricing and profit shifting by multinational corporations, including illicit financial flows, capital flow, debt in general, as well as odious debt. Thank you.
Thank you for the report from the last in-person breakout group from yesterday. Any colleagues who want to add anything on Samson's report? No? Okay, let us go then to the to Joe Thwaites from NRDC, who moderated the virtual session. Over to you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Tosi. And yeah, it's good to report back. We only had 2 participants in our moderated virtual session, so but they were really excellent. So I want to thank both of them for their contributions. In terms of the first question on intended and unintended consequences, one of the key things that was raised was just how much more complex Article 2.1c can be than when you first read it, and then you get into much more detail of the potential intended and unintended consequences. One of the things that was really flagged was the risks of greenwashing and how difficult it can be to distinguish between financial institutions and products that actually contribute towards the goal of Article 2.1c and those that don't. And that partly that's arising because of a lack of standardized reporting and therefore finance getting channeled into entities and products that aren't actually delivering on what they're promising. In terms of aligning finance flows with climate goals, there was a strong emphasis about the need to connect it to broader sustainable development objectives and the need for a nuanced approach. And also, as other breakout groups have reported, the need for a balance between mitigation and adaptation when looking at 2.1c. In terms of how the consequences differ across countries, regions, and sectors, and the impact on sustainable development and poverty eradication, it was clear from the discussion that the consequences do indeed vary across countries, regions, and sectors. One that was particularly highlighted is that fossil fuel dependent regions are likely to face greater challenges. And one participant emphasized that Article 2.1 shouldn't be interpreted in isolation to a particular country, sector, or project, that it needs to be looked at in the whole. From a global perspective, because some institutions may be doing great things for the climate in one region, but involved in activities that are definitely not 2.1 consistent elsewhere. And a really interesting example of that was when companies undergo merging and acquisition, there can be a company that's very climate aligned that merges with a company that's not, and that company that they merge with gets kind of grandfathered in, and so and maybe escapes as much scrutiny as they otherwise would have done. And then finally, on the last question on principles and safeguards, one of the key things that came out was the need for reporting on green financing to include both the positive actions taken, but also instances of greenwashing or failure to deliver on what has been promised by financial institutions, and the idea that transparency can foster accountability through a sense of guilt or peer pressure, and that can encourage compliance much more than perhaps legal penalties might be able to do. And then finally, there was an example of regulatory requirements for companies that are listed on stock exchanges that can be a way of preventing both greenwashing but also SDG washing. And that was indeed raised as another challenge. So I'll wrap it up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And let me now ask if any virtual participants want to add anything to what Joe has reported to us? In general, silence means agreement. So I guess virtual participants are very happy with Joe's report. I will not attempt to summarize everything that has been said. I must just commend all participants for the rich discussions you had, for those substantive contributions. I could see that some of the themes were recurrent, although you were discussing from different groups, but you really were able to dissect the question, bring a very substantive element, and also each group seems to have its own approach at dealing with the issue. I took note of breakout group 3, which looked at the issue through the prism of risk and opportunities, which is quite original, I think. But whatever framing you were able to put those questions under, for me, is a right approach, as long as it was conducive to rich discussions. So as we're running a little bit late, let us go to day 2, and I will invite David McCauley, senior climate expert, for the report back of breakout group 1. David, over to you.
Thank you, Dulce. I'll begin by quickly saying that we had a very open, positive discussion in a collaborative atmosphere, and with many good examples and suggested solutions offered that are too many to report back now, but we've captured them in the notes. On question 1, on finance flows consistent with Article 2, in the context of equity and access, I would say the first point was that sort of top-down approaches and one-size-fits-all approaches should be avoided to the extent possible in the spirit of country-drivenness, and also the recognizing the unique characteristics of each circumstance, and that KPIs should be appropriately adjusted. Also that there was a perspective on emphasizing opportunities versus the risks orientation, and the need to examine the appetite of investors towards risks, and especially with respect to efforts to expand financing for climate change adaptation, and also to support upfront design capacity and capacity building, including grant financing for those sorts of activities which often are the most difficult to find funding for in terms of the early stage development. There was a call for more flexibility on transition finance, again, taking into account national circumstances, and this is primarily geared towards the transition in the energy sector, but also other sectors as well. A call for increased ambition with respect to the just transition, as well as climate change adaptation and loss and damage. And the MDBs were especially called out in this regard. And then finally, on question 1, specific to question 1, was the need for dedicated attention to debt challenges, with several suggestions offered with respect to the way financing is structured, complementing that with swaps and so forth. For questions 2 and 3 on 2.1c to enable climate finance at scale and the relations with NCQG, as well as financing under Article 9 and its relationship, There was oft-repeated call for greater support for climate change adaptation and in moving forward for loss and damage, and viewing Article 9 as a focus, especially if the private sector is to be relied upon primarily for investments in climate change mitigation. There were not convergent views, but it was discussed about NCQG as being multifaceted, with public sector financing at its core, and also the need to learn from the experience with the current goal on 100 billion. Another perspective was to seek parallel progress on both 2.1c and Article 9 with complementary actions and perhaps some coordination mechanisms, but maybe not full integration. And finally, I'll just say that for all, there was considerable discussion on the MDB rules, possibly because we had Nancy in the group, but the importance of the MDB rules and a hope for the ongoing reforms to reflect the points that I've just made that were in the discussion, as well as ways to consider how to include and utilize climate change mainstreaming within the MDBs while still adhering to a country-driven approach. And another more general desire was to rationalize the bottom-up and top-down approaches, recognizing that there's a principle of country-drivenness, but that in some circumstances that needs to be balanced with the top-down approach through better information exchange and dialogue at the country level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for this report. Indeed, several mentioning of the MDBs. I was just wondering whether Nancy will have anything to add. Is she in the room? No, Nancy has left. Okay, but thank you for the report. Any colleagues want to add anything to the discussion from that breakout group 1 from this afternoon? No. Thank you very much. Thank you, David. Thank you, colleagues, for the rich discussion. Let us go to breakout group 2. Natalia, Eliza from WRI. Over to you.
Thank you. Well, first, we started discussing a little bit the scope of 2.1c and consistency and alignment of financial flows. And it was said that Article 2.1c implies the adjustment of financial flows without socioeconomic and geographic specification. Also, it mentioned that adjusting finance flows should be interpreted as incentivizing finance through policies that apply at a national level as part of ENDCs and in line with national development plans. It was also related just to the delivery of NDCs and NAPs, because it was mentioned by one of the participants that 2.1c is an outcome and is implemented by these different commitments, NDCs, NAPs, etc. And although NDCs were highlighted as a key element, others mentioned the discrepancy that there is between capital and climate action. It was also mentioned that there are there is a significant amount of investments going from one country to another, and this is one of the reasons why it is important to internationally drive the capital towards the right direction to achieve the Paris Agreement goals. And 2.1c is about alignment in that sense of domestic and international financial sector to drive the capital, as financial flows are cross-border. Then there were some examples also shared on how to align towards 2.1c. This includes public capital to de-risk private finance for investments in developing countries. And although it was also mentioned that how sometimes international standards or regulation may impact private investments in other countries, For example, green taxonomies was mentioned as how in country A, private sector may be wanting to implement standards from another country and how this may impact the private sector investment. And in this context, then it was mentioned how various national standards and requirements should talk to each other and coordinate to avoid negative impact across borders. Then also it has mentioned the alignment of domestic financial flows must occur at a national level to ensure just transitions, and the climate action plans outlined in NDCs and other national reports receive financial supports that achieve, again, the Paris Agreement's objectives, and there is an importance of making financial flows consistent to the needs and to the priorities of developing countries. And of course, this was also related to the country ownership of each of the parties. Then we discussed a little bit more on how to operationalize the 2.1c, and it was mentioned that this should be globally guided by the UNFCCC and discussed not only, as we have been already doing with the private sector, but also domestic implementation, again through NDCs, national communications, etc. And other views also mentioned regarding the operationalization included the Article 9, that sets different obligations within 2.1c to support, through support elements to developing countries. It was addressed that the CBDR principle was also addressed when it comes to the implementation of 2.1c. Developed countries have the responsibility to support countries internationally, but also to ensure that the domestic policies do not impact negatively developing countries. And of course, increase shifting of international finance flows from north to south to operationalize also the equity. The equity aspect also requires acknowledgement that the financial sector is not guided by development versus a developed country dichotomy. Concentrated, mainly regional and sectoral considerations certainly apply for a just equitable implementation of 2.1c. Also, one of the issues identified in this context was the capital costs and the needs to shift from towards a solution on a geography perspective, more equitable, and to consider the different technology alternatives, and also to promote the financial sector to invest and not only divest, and to mitigate risks of unintended consequences as the ones that I mentioned before, and move a financial sector towards transition. In the context also of cost of capital, participants mentioned that this is also a challenge. The costs are already high, of course, due to physical and transitional risks, for example, and some of the solutions that were mentioned included, beyond the engagement approach, the alphabet soup of disclosure initiatives. And also, a participant brought to the table that data already shows that regions that make the most progress are through domestic capital markets. Acknowledging local expertise are key in capital allocation. It was, in terms of consistency, 2.1c was brought to us an opportunity to close gaps regarding the delivery of Article 9. Basically, for example, considering the ground equivalency, the predictability, the additionality, but there is still more to be developed, especially in international financial flows towards high carbon investments rather than to green investments. And in the context of NCQG, public or provision aspect within 2.1c should be considered more strongly. This was highlighted by a couple of participants, and not only focused on mobilization of private finance. And then we also expand a little bit of the role of certain actors. Again, the financial sector in developing countries, it was mentioned that this sector needs to be supported because it is in the private financial sector where countries will be able to transition. And also central banks have a key role to give regulatory or to develop regulatory guidance to private banks and to consider the small economies, considering that the small economies have different requirements than emerging economies. Also, the private sector is key to enable and have ownership in developing countries and use of finance to mobilize funding towards, or in the context also of Article 9. And finally, it was mentioned the importance of having the readiness supports, like for example, the one is provided by the GCF, but also larger allocations as well, including technical assistance, landscape that could be helpful to coordinate, that should be coordinating and harmonized globally between actors such as MDBs, et cetera, to provide support to these actors like private financial institutions that are going to be able to contribute by mobilizing resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for this exhaustive reporting back. I would like to ask colleagues from Breakout Group 2 if anyone wants to add anything to Natalia's report. No request from the floor. So, Natalia, thank you very much. Let us go now to Liane Schalatek from Henrik Boll Stiftung. She will report back on the discussions in Breakout Group 3.
Yes, thank you very much, Tosi. And I wanted to thank my group for a really engaged discussion that, if I allowed it, would have stretched further into the lunch break. Wanted to start out, or the discussion, I think how our discussion was framed, it's important that we started out with the acknowledgement that there continues to be some confusion about what Article 2.1c is and what the risk and opportunities and intended and unintended is, obviously what we discussed today and yesterday. Although there was some disagreement in the group of whether this was because of a lack of understanding or due to differences in interpretation. Several speakers saw this as a clear indication that there are fears and suspicion that Article 2.1c will put limitations on countries' approaches and pathways towards low carbon emission and climate resilient inclusive development and the fair and inclusive transition required through more stringent rules and regulations. Many speakers agreed that it would be important to have more space and opportunity to discuss all of that, such as through an agenda item or a related work program at and post COP28, including to get further clarity on, again, what opportunities and risks are and how to mitigate the risk. And it was pointed out by one speaker that we are not just talking about financial or prudential risk, but also risk for the more comprehensive consideration of climate goals overall, how we can better integrate resilience, adaptation, and loss and damage, and not just prioritize mitigation, and provide the linkages between what happens in the UNFCCC and outside the process, including by identifying principle-based approaches for implementation. In this context, speakers mentioned that rather than expect even if only an operational definition of Article 2.1c, the focus should be on efforts to come towards more of a common understanding, and hopefully the discussions not only in our working group but over the last 2 days contribute to that. Regarding question 1, on the context of equitable access, it was pointed out, and I think we heard no disagreement in our group, that Article 2.1c is not to be looked at in isolation, although there was some questioning if it can be considered a goal, as it might be really impossible to quantitatively and qualitatively measure it. A number of speakers clarified that it addresses how Article 2.1a and Article 2.1b are implemented, and that Article 2.1a and b are in the context of a core set of principles, CBDR, DC and equity, but also sustainable development and addressing poverty, and those obviously are applicable to the way to consider Article 2.1c2. NDCs are the center for how to respond to those principles and to fulfill the overall mandates under Article 2. Articles in the Paris agreements are linked and build consistent systems, and again, the central role of NDCs for that consistency was highlighted, but also that the needs and priorities of parties beyond the NDCs are reflected in NAP's national communications and reports such as needs assessments, the NDRs. The Article 2.1c, in the view of many of the speakers in our group, should respond to those expressed priorities, with speakers highlighting that that means on a global level ensuring financial flows move from north to south, but also ensuring more equitable financial flows among and within geographies, including in the south. On the question 2, Article 2.1c was pointed out, needs to consider national prerogatives and priorities and also address existing financial, technology and capacity building gaps and misdirected flows, such as thematically, sectorally and geographically misdirected ones, with the focus on ensuring finance additionality. On question 3, on complementarity, we had some discussion in the group about how this complementarity is structured, particularly the issue about who supports whom. A number of speakers pointed out that Article 2.1c is intended to support how to implement Article 9, including by creating financial additionality, rather than, as question 3 was phrased, the other way around, namely how Article 9 can help achieve Article 2.1c. In the view of the speakers there, Article 2.1c will assess if the NCQG is aligned with the needs and priorities of developing countries. It has to create more finance, again, the finance additionality. It helps to help the implementation of Article 9 by ensuring full complementarity with Article 9, and that includes, as was pointed out by some speakers, specifically also Article 9.4, which speaks to balance between mitigation and adaptation, and also we need to talk more, as we have done, about geographies and to make sure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Liane. Friends, colleagues, anything to add? Fatou, you are in that discussion room. Anything to add? Fatou and then Kamel.
Thank you, Tosi. I'm sure you are thinking I need to add. Yes, now that you have asked me, I will add, because I was looking at it from a different point of view, that every article in the Paris Agreement is interconnected. And every article in the convention, they are all interconnected. From the Paris Agreement, it jumps to the convention because the convention is not expired and it is not cancelled. So 2.1c, according to the questions that were put forward, should be complementary to 9. And logically, for me, A, B, C, that's how I was taught in school. And that is how it is in the Paris Agreement. If we jump to C, without considering A and B, because they are all related, so I think we should think about what to do with this, because all of them are very important to all of us. And if we need to, for continuity and for progress, we need, but the interpretation is what gives us problems. We understand what is said, but then the interpretation, if every bloc wants to interpret in a different manner, I mean, because if we cannot define what climate finance is, since we started talking about climate finance up to today, then 2.1c should be help, and we help ourselves by not going through that path for 2.1c. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatou. Gabi, you are in that room. Gabi, Gabriela? Were you in the same group as Fatou? Hey, Kamel? No, not in the same group? No, I thought you were in the same group, sorry. Kamel?
Thank you, Tosi, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, everybody.
I would like to thank Lion for the excellent and thorough reporting on what we discussed in this breakout group. And we know that whatever the efforts can be made by facilitators, moderators, of course, it's difficult to catch up all the views, when what is more difficult is how to report on what was discussed in the room. And for the sake of clarity about how to interpret, for example, what I suggested on 21C, I would like to provide 2 or 3 elements that I wish will be in the report or at least recorded for this workshop.
I'm sorry, Kamal, you want to provide the 2 minutes now? 2-3 minutes now?
Yes.
This is a reporting back, so I don't want us to go into another round of substantive discussions because someone might report. So I was just wondering whether you could find a way to submit those views, maybe in a written manner.
Tosi, I just wanted to complete what Lion reported on. It's not outside the scope of what Lion, but
no problem.
I will let this for the stock take plenary.
I'll give you a minute for the sake of fairness. I just want to point out that we will have a plenary session to follow the reporting back, which of course will have some guided questions. But as you know, this is a party-driven process, and you can feel free to dwell back into this very issue you wanted to talk about. But I'll give you 1 minute. Go ahead, Kamel.
Thank you, Tosi. I will leave it for the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamal. Thank you for your understanding. We're running late, so just, but you'll have ample time in the next session. Thank you for your understanding, Kamal. Thank you for being so gracious. So, colleagues, let us thank Lian, and let us go to breakout group 4. Raju Pandit from ENGO will be doing the reporting, as he was the moderator.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also thanks to the Secretariat for helping with the note-taking, and also the group members for their engaging discussions. We did have quite a substantial discussions around various issues. I will try and highlight some of the elements here. It was suggested that the 21C must be looked from a more comprehensive perspective and not just in isolation. This is in the context of 21A and 21B relating to addressing poverty, food security, overall resilience building, and the sustainable development and holistic approach has to be considered. One of the group members also suggested that it be looked from in relation with the connection with the Article 4 of the Convention. There was a suggestion that the focus was too much on private sector, and if that was the case, then reporting criteria should be developed for the private sectors and MDBs on 21C implementation, just to track what they are doing with it. Similarly, there was also some fear expressed that countries like the SIDS and LDC could be left out while implementing 21C. Hence, consideration with criteria and principles would be very helpful to build their confidence in it. There was also a suggestion that to ensure that 21C gives clear signal to diverse stakeholders, this including finance sectors, insurance, pension funds, among others. Similarly, there was a suggestion to have risk harmonization among the actors of as the understanding was diverse in what it meant for them. At least, I mean, of course, it could be very different, but then it was suggested at least some fundamentals could be similar. 21C should not only be seen from risk perspective, but also looked into the opportunities of implementing it and how this needed to be adequately communicated. Because again, as mentioned before, the understanding were very different. There was also a suggestion that country-driven process should be taken into account as to ensure equitable access to finance. It was suggested that 21C was very much focused on mitigation and on private sector, as I said before. and that the adaptation part was not being adequately addressed, and many of the other group members also mentioned that. However, some also indicated that though it was considered less, private sector and other actors were still doing something, but the interpretation and understanding of what adaptation and resilience building meant was not of the same for them. I mean, the understanding was very different. It was also suggested that there were overlaps or co-benefits generated from mitigation actions, but just that those were not taken into account. Lastly, group members agreed that the discussion and adaptation under Article 21C needed much more attention. Under question number 2, of course, there was some overlaps in the discussions, but we dwelled quite some time into the need for providing readiness and capacity building support. So this basically to enhance implementation of 21C, as not all countries are at the same level and national contexts are very different. Capacity building, especially for finance regulators, ministries, or other relevant stakeholders. And it was suggested that more coordinated effort is needed. Many private sectors and financial regulators are already doing their readiness and capacity building activities for the stakeholders, but it was not being shared. Information sharing was needed because they were also taken in, while implementing or considering the 21C, they were already seeing the shortcomings of how their own stakeholders needed to be informed and build the capacity around. So the initiatives are in process, as was said. Enabling environments should not only be looked at the national level, but also seen it at what the cross-border or international effort is. For instance, debt restructuring, increasing the scale of finance from developed to developing countries. That could be some of the aspects considered. Similarly, issues such as the climate-induced migration, indebtedness of countries, cost of capital and repayment, trade protection measures were also mentioned. And the final question, the third one, some expressed that the Article 9 was the operative part of the Article 21C, but we had differences in that perspective. And, some stating that rather than an operative article, it was something related to 21C and could help implement it, but not to be seen as an operative part. Finally, it was suggested that more interactions, exchange was needed in understanding among the diverse actors in implementing 21C, and also the linkage between Article 9 and Article 21C of the Paris Agreement. Those are some of the elements expressed. Thank you very much, Chair, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Raju. Any colleagues from Breakout Group 4? Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Tosi, and thank you to Raju for expertly chairing the session and summarizing. Just to add, I think that many people, we did discuss the opportunities that could be there in adaptation, for adaptation within 21C, and the capacity building needs that would come from a nationally determined approach to 21C. I think the one thing I would add is that we discussed the various actors that were in this space and acting already, but the fact that the process that we're in lacks a voice within that activity was one of the things that was highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you for this useful addition. Anything else from any colleagues who participated in that conversation? No request for the floor, so thank you. Thank you very much to Breakout Group 4. Let us go to Breakout Group 5. And the discussion was moderated by Marcin Kowalczyk from WWF. Marcin, over to you.
Thank you, Tosi. We had a very good discussion, and I would like to thank all the participants for their useful interventions. We took all the 3 questions together, and I want to briefly highlight some of the main points from our conversation. There was a strong voice that we need to have a holistic approach to Article 21C. We should look at it in the context of the whole Article 2, including Chapeau and Article 2.2. So, taking into account sustainability, poverty eradication, as well as common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities and equity. 21C is a global goal. Some participants mentioned also that Article 21C should not be seen independently from Article 9 because there are clear linkages between them. It was also highlighted that 21C is not just about the international flow of finance, but also about domestic flows. Needs and circumstances of developing countries should also be taken into account when discussing the Article 21C. Measures taken by implementing Article 21C should avoid impacts on other countries by unilateral measures. There is a need for consultation on interest mechanism. In this context, CBAM was mentioned, but it was also highlighted that at least some EU countries will use their proceeds from CBAM for climate finance. So this could be seen also as a positive impact. There were voices that Article 9 should be seen as an enabler and there should be a proper incentives for financial flows. Also, a need for equitable access to finance was mentioned several times. It was highlighted that private sector finance will not flow into developing countries on its own. They should have to be redirected. The need for capacity building in developing countries was also highlighted in the context, for example, of access to climate funds like GCF. But of course, Article 9 is not just about capacity building, but it is a very much wider issue. Safeguards and guidelines should be put into place to implement Article 21C to avoid negative impacts, and analysis of those impacts should be done ex ante before introducing any measures. Finally, the need for proper data gathering should be made to see if we're going in the right direction. That was mentioned as well. There were many additional points made that were captured by the Secretariat and will also be used for preparation of the report. So thank you, Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcin. Any additional comments from colleagues who were in that group? No. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marcin. Let us now go to reporting back of the virtual working group. The moderator was Hilary Aragon from Christian Aid.
Hello, everyone. Yes, so I'm just going to provide key messages that emanated from our discussions that would address all the three questions. So first, it was considered that more definitions are needed to see real progress on Article 2.1c. It is necessary for both the public and the private sector to understand which activities could be relevant and just better understand what exactly constitutes green, what exactly is climate aligned, and things like that, for example. So not all have the same understanding. That's why more common definition is needed. There is also need for more dissemination, practice sharing, and just coordinated effort as well as capacity building in this field. Second, a permanent agenda item on Article 2.1c was mentioned within the UNFCCC. Some considered that it would be important in order to unpack operational aspects, but this was an area that also had disagreement. Some consider that Article 2.1c is so broad and is all-encompassing, so that it could be better advanced outside the UNFCCC process. For example, this discussion could be elevated to the SDG as a whole and be attached to a UN agenda. 3, Article 2.1c is about scaling up, but also scaling down and redirecting both public and private flows into low carbon and sustainable sectors. There was a sense in the group that currently not all investments are going in the right direction, so there is still a lot more to do. 4, the implementation of Article 2.1c needs to start with countries communicating their own vision for it. It was expressed that currently very little information is available in NDCs and not all countries have LTS. Generally speaking, it was considered that more understanding about the transformative potential of Article 2.1c is needed and how it can be catalytic in relation to both Article 2.1a, which is about low carbon development, but also Article 2.1b, which is related to resilience and adaptation. There was a sense that this latter issue tends to receive a lot less attention in these discussions. 5, agreement Article 2.1c is, there was agreement Article 2.1c is relevant to both developing and developed countries, but the options and progress for implementation of this provision will look very different for different countries. So not all solutions, policy and fiscal measures, as well as timelines will work for all. The challenge for fossil fuel dependent economies was highlighted. It was said that Article 2.1c should be guided by national priorities and interpreted through equity lens. And finally, point 6, there was agreement that Article 9 and 2.1c are very different provisions and have very different purposes. The NCQG is a process under Article 9, which is more about the support dimension, whereas Article 2.1c is about something much broader. And pushing for this is really where the real ambition lies. Article 2.1c could be an element in that onion, that multidimensional structure that we've been talking about as part of NCQG discussion, but the exact placement and relationship with Article 9 is still not clear and needs more discussion. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Hilary, for those 6 main points that summarize the rich discussions that you had online. Let me open the floor for virtual participants in case they want to add something on Hilary's reporting back. Nothing to be added. Thank you very much. Friends, colleagues, at this stage, I'd like to thank all moderators for the wonderful job they did, and thank also the ones that use rapporteurs in their sessions, and also to thank the Secretariat for the efficient support. I'd like us all to give a big round of applause for this good work that has been done yesterday and today. Thank you very much. So without any delay, we will now move into our next session, which will be a plenary. And just to make an announcement, at the end of the closing session at around 4:45, we will have a family photo. So please don't leave. Try to be here for that final moment so that we can have a souvenir of the good discussions we've had today and yesterday. So now let us go to the plenary. We will have a focus exchange on linkages inside and outside the intergovernmental process relevant to Article 2, Paragraph 1c, and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, and how should parties and non-party stakeholders move forward. The guiding questions for this session, on which we are inviting your views, are: 1, what are the linkages, including actors and processes, inside and outside the intergovernmental process relevant to Article 2.1c and its complementarity with Article 9? What should be done to move forward on Article 2, Paragraph 1c, and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement under the intergovernmental process, including the CMA? And finally, what should be done to move forward on Article 2, Paragraph 1c, and its complementarity with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement outside the intergovernmental process? I'd like to open the floor to get your views. And I see that Mohammed is already asking for the floor. Mohammed from Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Tosi. And first, I want to thank you, Ambassador Tosi. Thanks to the Secretariat, Government of Switzerland, COP27 Presidency for organizing the dialogue. I'm just going to address question 2 and 3 specifically. On what should be done inside the intergovernmental process, I think we've seen in the dialogue over the course of the 2 workshops that there are divergent views, particularly on the interpretations of Article 2.1c. Over the course of the 2 workshops, we see stronger convergence among developing countries, specifically on how current interpretations of Article 2.1c are detrimental to developing countries from a variety of perspectives, whether that's through the availability of climate finance, rising costs of capital, unintended consequences, and so on. The most damaging and extreme interpretation is a focus solely on sources of emissions that we've seen from some of the panelists and some of the views expressed, rather than on emissions reduction, and also ignoring adaptation. This ignores the fact that developing countries need the carbon space to develop, and that top-down shifting approaches are inconsistent with the need to sustainably develop, hamper efforts to eradicate poverty, and are inconsistent with the principles of CBDR and equity. The reality is that developing countries are mostly extractive and commodity-based economies, and these approaches only penalize developing countries, reducing resources in these countries to finance climate action with no real tangible benefits. Finance under the convention, on the relationship of Article 9 and Article 2.1c. Article 9 operationalizes Article 2.1c, just as Article 4 operationalizes Article 2.1a. Article 9 defines the differentiated responsibilities of developed countries to provide and mobilize international finance support to developing countries. It sets the obligations, the responsibilities, and the specification of such support. The reality is that finance under the Convention and its Paris Agreement has not delivered to the levels that are required to enable climate action at the levels needed in developing countries. And developed countries have not fulfilled obligations, and the support function of means of implementation has simply not delivered. It is the view of the Arab group specifically that we should focus our attention as parties on rectifying the shortcomings of the support function under the Convention and its Paris Agreement as an overriding priority and a matter of urgency, rather than engage in additional discussions on 2.1c when it comes to the intergovernmental process as a dedicated space, because there are incredibly divergent views, and the approaches that are being presented by developed countries are detrimental to developing countries. To say it simply, there's no trust at this stage that opening up spaces for legally binding decisions in light of these interpretations would be beneficial to developing countries. In our group's view, there is no mandate to include even the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue into the provisional agenda of the CMA5. There's no clear decision to do so from COP27, and there was no formal request by any party, to our knowledge, for the inclusion of the agenda item. And so we therefore disagree with the agenda item's inclusion in the CMA agenda. And finally, 2.1c is a goal, and we certainly don't see a rationale for this article to be on the agenda. Rather than focusing here, which potentially there could be a focus on it down the line should views become closer and approaches less damaging. But the focus should be on rebuilding trust by fixing the support function and implementing the support function as agreed in the Convention and its Paris Agreement, scaling up finance to developing countries, increasing transparency, increasing predictability, ensuring that finance provided actually supports NDCs rather than ice cream shops and barber shops. Developed countries can rebuild trust by adopting an equitable and fair interpretation of Article 2.1c under work that's existing in other agenda discussions, such as the Standing Committee on Finance and the GST, to alleviate concerns of developing countries and to ensure that the interpretations provided and put forward respect the principles and provisions of the Convention and its Paris Agreement. And then for the last question, I think this dialogue, there's an opportunity for actors in the wider financial ecosystem, let's say, to embed the principles of equity and CBDR into their approaches, understand that developing countries have different starting points, understand that the largest opportunity to close investment gaps to advance climate action exists in developing countries, understand that developing countries are experiencing economic challenges and that if the finance doesn't flow to developing countries, then as a global community, we won't be able to achieve our climate objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for addressing these questions. Maybe just to follow up on some of your responses, I just wanted to ask whether, how would you view the best way to capture the discussions that we've been having over those two workshops. And I think you mentioned that no country formally requested for this to be an agenda item. If a country came forward, would your position change? Or would you still believe that this issue should be addressed in alignment with some of the other issues you mentioned during your intervention? Thank you.
Thank you, Tosi. Just to address on how the views can be captured, there's a report that will be issued by the COP27 presidency, and that will capture the views expressed in the dialogue. And that's the mandate from COP27. On the second question, there were agenda item requests for the CMA5, focus on the goal to double adaptation finance by developed countries, and also Article 4.5 of the Paris Agreement. And for us, these are overriding priorities. There's a report that's coming out from the Standing Committee on Finance on doubling of adaptation finance that doesn't establish a baseline for the goal. We don't know if the levels of adaptation finance in 2019 was 7 billion or 19 billion. Where in 2023, the goal is supposed to be completed in 2025, and we don't know what the goal is until today. So we view that as a matter of urgency, recognizing that the balance between mitigation and adaptation finance is so wide that even the doubling goal doesn't fully address that. So we need to get the doubling goal out of the way urgently so that we can scale up adaptation finance beyond that. And when it comes to Article 4.5, we are supportive of the proposal of other groups to include it in the CMA5 because we're hearing about top-down targets when it comes to mitigation, but we never talk about how these targets will be fulfilled. There's discussions on tripling renewable energy globally, but it's never discussed how will developing countries receive these resources to achieve these targets. So we need to start talking about how, from Glasgow to Sharm el Sheikh, we went from agreeing on the agreement to the implementation, and the COP27 presidency led in moving us to implementation. And so we can't set any more abstract targets without talking about how the support will be provided so that developing countries can achieve it. There's an urgency to scale up ambition, and ambition depends on means of implementation, so there's an urgency to scale up means of implementation from developed countries to developing countries. Once these issues are sorted out, maybe we can talk about transforming the entire financial system. We need to start with what we have in front of us before we dream in the clouds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for these contributions, and thank you for clarifying your position. I have now online Karima.
Thank you, Tosi, and good afternoon to all. First, let me thank all the colleagues, the facilitator, and all the participants for a very fruitful and very informative and interesting discussion. I'm speaking on behalf of the EU as a party grouping. So let me start with the very much due clarification again, which I think is the starting point of the dialogue here. What I want to say is that the implementation of 21C does not in any way replace any obligation by developed countries under Article 9. And rather, it really helps to satisfy the needs of financial resources and should be utilized to drive investments and fund those activities where investments are hard or impossible to attract. So let's use wisely public finance. Rather, again, the consistency of finance flows helps to unlock further resources to support developing countries. So it does go in synergy there is a synergistic relationship between 2.1c and Article 9, while not replacing any commitment by developed countries. Then the relationship again, so the complementarity relationship goes and pertains to international sphere, while where developing countries should be supported in the implementation of Article 2.1c, including scaled up capacity building, technical assistance, and financial assistance. So this is what it pertains to Article 9 and the relationship with Article 2.1c. So mainly developing countries can be supported to progress towards the implementation of Article 2.1c. Secondly, and what is dearest to our hearts, is that 2.1c doesn't, is not, dialogues on the relationship between 2.1c and Article 9 doesn't end up the discussion that we need to have on Article 2.1c as such. So we really need, and we think that this is the recommendation and this is the main takeaway that we take home from these 2 days of dialogue, that parties need more space to continue the exchange on what Article 2.1c is, and especially how to implement it and how to progress towards its implementation. So what we really want to see out of these 2 days is a very balanced report of the dialogue. So, Tosi, we are in your hands to represent all the views in the most balanced way and reflect the need that we think really emerged from these very rich 2 days to continue the discussion and especially understand how and whether parties can do something to implement and progress towards this goal, which is a goal in itself, so action on financial flows, but also is a critical enabler to the other 2. A colleague of us said before that A, B, and C are all related, and we very much agree to that. Maybe just picking up very quickly on a couple of points. So I think we need really those space precisely for the reasons raised by our colleague from Saudi Arabia. We really need a space to disentangle all the concerns by developing countries and really understand face to face what each one of us can do to progress and enable progress on mitigation and adaptation through the right allocation and all the consistency discussion on finance flows. Of course, there is then the need to progress and to establish a process in order to capture this this important discussion. So again, we thank you very much for this dialogue, and we look forward to see you in Dubai for a more thorough and in-depth discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karima. Thank you for this contribution. Let me now go to Saul from UK, and Saul will be followed by Fred from Kenya.
Thank you, Tosi. Solomon here, speaking on behalf of the UK. I'll start similar actually to Karima with the overarching point for this year, which is the commitment to the 100 billion goal. The UK presidency for COP26 was very active in trying to ensure that, as we saw that the 100 billion goal would not be met in 2020, that we got a clear sense of when it would be met. And this is that year. We're committed to it. We are confident it is on track. The UK is committed to its 11.6 billion commitment. We've made our largest ever single climate finance commitment in $2 billion to the GCF just this month. So that is absolutely our priority. Article 9 is not negotiable within, and its relationship to 2.1c, while important, is not about a replacement, a displacement, or anything. I think that the second thing I wanted to say was about the concerns that have been raised in this dialogue. And I think that all of them are well heard and really crucial for this process to grapple with. We've heard concerns about not enough money going to adaptation. We've heard concerns about the impact of alignment goals. We've heard concerns about the link between different articles in Article 2, different sub-articles, I should say. That is a problem. They constitute a problem that we face. And at the moment, it feels like the solution we're coming up with is to not talk about them, to not have a space to talk about them, to not deal with them in a way that a multilateral process can and has in other parts of this process. We do have NDCs, we do have NAPs. We have the opportunity to change that. And I hope that this dialogue might give us that opportunity and give us a chance to tackle those divergent views, which I agree exist and I think that we should talk about. I think I just wanted to emphasize again that we are maybe talking about the relationship between Article 9 and Article 2.1c and Article 2.1a and b and c, rather than talking about the importance of both. We need to have action across the board to meet the urgency of the moment. So I think I'll just say that I agree with the importance of progress on the doubling of adaptation. I think the question of gender items I won't go into, but that is a priority for us. The UK is tripling its adaptation finance, but we do also need progress on the goals that we've not had progress on so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Solomon, for these very positive remarks. Let me now go to Fred from Kenya.
Thank you, Ambassador Tosi, for the good work you've done to try and steer this conversation forward. And to the government of Switzerland, of course, for the first time we've had very good meals. I have a vegetarian there. I think I struggled a little bit when we keep saying we need to create more space to understand what 2.1c is. My reading of the Paris Agreement, the way we designed it in Paris, was that Article 2 is the mandate, it's the objective. And then Article 3 provides a mechanism for parties to execute the mandate. And then subsequently, you have substantive articles that speak to action up to Article 8. Then you have a support component to execute your actions in Articles 9 to 11. You have awareness in 12, and then you do reporting and review subsequently. And I struggle when we want to isolate a component of the objective and try to isolate it as a substantive article and try to understand it. I keep asking myself, if we were to delete Article 2, would we have subsequent articles in the Paris Agreement? If we were to delete Article 2.1c and deal with it separately, would we still make sense of the subsequent articles of the Paris Agreement? And therefore, I struggle a little bit when we want to make an objective article or sub-article of the Paris Agreement, try to redefine what we think it should mean when it's basically supposed to facilitate the execution of subsequent article in a manner that are consistent with realizing the mandate as drafted in that particular article. now we've been talking about principles of implementing Article 2.1c when the principles for implementing the mandate are in Article 2.2. So I really struggle when we have these conversations of creating additional spaces to try and understand an objective while we understand why we are executing substantive articles that were meant to achieve those objectives. That said, subsequently, as we progress, then it would be important to sort of contextualize this conversation within the framing of the Paris Agreement so that we have a common understanding on what we are even doing here, because it appears like we are trying to renegotiate Article 2.1 in its entirety and our differentiated understandings of what we think Article 2.1c should be. And that will also then have some sort of implications, because how we have interpreted and executed it has been to the extent that Article 2.1c signals our development pathways beyond the execution of substantive articles to align and mainstream climate into our development plans in a manner that helps us achieve Article 2.1a and b. So if we can do that in the context of your second question, then I think it will make some sense to us as to why we want to create a big deal out of a component of a mandate article that we are all implementing, by the way, as parties, and then that would sort of provide some rationale as to why we need to create more space to speak about a component of the mandate and leave other components of that mandate outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred, and I took good note of everything you said. And of course, I take it that you are not talking to me. I'm just here to facilitate, and I hope that colleagues participating in this dialogue heard you loud and clear. And I hope that you did reiterate all this during the breakout sessions. Thank you for that contribution. Let me now go to Amit. Amit will be followed by Alpha.
Thank you for the floor, Ambassador Tosi. Considering the discussion so far, prima facie it seems that the parties have divergent views on scope of Article 2.1c and its complementarity with Article 9. But in fact, to me it seems an attempt to diverge away from the established consensus. If we consider the agreement, then Article 3 mandates all parties are to undertake and communicate ambitious efforts to achieve Article 2. Further, Article 4.5 mandates support shall be provided to developing countries in accordance with Article 9, that is finance, Article 10, technology, and Article 11, capacity building. Further, Article 9 mandates developed countries to provide and mobilize finance for supporting developing countries. In line of the above consensus, developing countries have formulated their ambitious NDCs to achieve the goals of Article 2, keeping in mind the principles of CBDR-RC, national circumstances, and equity. Now, these principles are what we all have agreed to, and devising new strategies leading to breaking of the consensus must not be supported at all. To move forward, in line with Article 9, developed countries must significantly support in terms of finance for developing countries. And in our view, Article 9 guides the global financial flows to be channelized from developed to developing countries and therefore operationalize Article 2.1c. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit, for this intervention, which was short and concise. Let me go to Alpha.
Thank you, co-facilitators, for your patience and your leadership. And I'd like to seize this opportunity also to thank the government of Switzerland for the hospitality. I'd like to present my view around 3 areas. One is the narrative around the 2.1c. And I think it is important that we have a shared understanding of what 2.1c means, at least not at operational level, but its interconnection to the different articles of a convention. And my understanding is that Article 2.1c is not a goal itself, but rather a mean to the end. And the end is to facilitate the implementation of the Paris Agreement through Article 9, which can also be disaggregated or put in the context of NCQGs. Basically, 2.1c is to ensure that finance flows provided in the context of the NCQGs are consistent and aligned with the Paris goal. Article 2.1c is not quantifiable. It only contains qualitative elements. And I think also, unlike the other article, under Article 2 or the sub-article of Article 2, Article 2.1c is not cross-referenced throughout the Paris Agreement and the finance-related provision of the agreement and its decision, including the transparency framework in Article 13, address finance in another way. The second point that I wanted to say, I think in designing or in crafting the narrative, we need to put things into the context. From an LDC perspective, we see that the 2.1c means that we are on the wrong path in meeting the 1.5 and 2 degree. There's limited carbon budget, and everybody needs to take actions. But we should also have the understanding that the carbon budget, the developed nations have overconsumed the carbon budget, and very little is left to small countries like Guinea or other African countries. And climate science says that the world must have emission by 2013 from 2009 level to keep chance of achieving the 1.5. And this means if it is a very small portion of the carbon budget and noting the historical, current, and future responsibility of developed countries, we need to bring the notion of equity there. Equity is to have a sense of understanding that particularly poor countries have a legitimate right to provide to their people a dignified life, and whatever actions we are taking here needs to be guided by this point. And we suggest that the 2.1c needs to be also approached in a regional manner. So what's applied to developed countries cannot be applied to African countries, because the underlying assumption, the underlying development, underlying lifestyle are different. And the capacity, including, and the capacity and the institutional capacity, the technical capacities are not there, and hence 2.1c need to be approached in a different manner across the world. And I also think that talking to the carbon budget issues, we need to bear in mind the speed of a pathway, because we need to significantly or drastically curb greenhouse gases by 2013. So what does that mean in terms of trajectory, how much it costs, and what actions is needed? And these actions need to be different in the context of a convention, common but differentiated responsibility, and I think we definitely need to have that in mind. Also, it's very important to highlight that Article 4.4 indicates that developed countries should continue to take the lead. So the technical capacity, the financial power, and the knowledge are in developed countries, they need to take the lead and show that it's possible to make climate finance flow consistent. And for poor countries or for disadvantaged regions like Africa, we need a certain level of understanding, a grace period. So the implementation of 2.1c does not mean that everybody has to take the same actions at the same time. We need to see the leadership. We need time to ensure that our institutions truly understand the implication, and we need support for the implementation of the 2.1c. And I think also the finance flow 2.1c must comply with the Paris Agreement objective, which is to enhance the implementation of the convention. And lastly, I would like to make some point on the consistency. Consistency, according to my understanding, is the capacity to perform at highest level in a very reliable manner. So consistency means if you start applying a policy, this policy becomes universal and will be applicable at all time and to all stakeholders. So, and I think in the notion of consistency, there is also a developmental pathway that we need to understand, which is very important and is as important as considering finance flow when contemplating its operationalization. Importantly, when 2.1c is read in the context of overarching objective of the Paris Agreement, its aim to strengthen the global response to the threat of climate change in the context of sustainable development and effort to eradicate poverty. So consistency also means that MDBs, for instance, that are providing on average 3.3 billion a year to fossil fuel projects from 2020 to 2022 should decrease. Consistency means that in showing the leadership that all criteria, all parameters that we've been talking about and standards that we are talking about should apply first in developed countries. And it is sad that the partners that we saw or that are presented as a game changer, such as MDBs, are at the core of the problem, and that needs to be, we need to have this frank discussion, and we need a paradigm shift in the sense of shifting the repetition of behaviors that are not consistent with the Paris Agreement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Alpha, for this long intervention where you explained to us what consistency means. Interesting thought. Thank you for that contribution. Friends, colleagues, as we have, I believe, 15 more minutes left, maybe I will invite the next speakers to be more concise. And on my list right now, I have Sandra. Sandra will be followed by Kevin, and then I believe it's Brittany, and then Adao, and yes, okay, a sister from Cuba, yes. But I still don't see Kamal. Kamal, no? No request for the floor? No? So you did not want to take that 1 minute I gave, and you don't want to take this opportunity? Okay, we'll talk over coffee then. And then Nick. So I'm closing the list here. More requests? No? Okay, I'm closing the list here. So let me go to Sandra. Sandra will be followed by Kevin, and colleagues, if you can be concise and focused. Thank you very much. Sandra, over to you.
Thank you so much, Tosi. Two very quick points about linkages and processes. During the working groups, we discussed the relationship between Article 21C and NCQG. We consider that are related but are not the same. NCQG can be part of Article 21C, but have different purposes. Last week, we discussed some potential tracking mechanisms in relation to NCQG, and potentially one area of opportunity to further discuss is what type of actions, indicators, or signals can be helpful to track the progress related to 21C. And in that sense, one of the questions that remains is what is the relationship between 21C and the global stocktake? During the global stocktake, we had a couple of workshops where questions about 21C were included. So it would be good to know how these inputs from the global stocktake can feed the conversation related to 21C as well. So this is just a very quick point. The second point, also during the working groups, there was a conversation about the importance of 21C and generally speaking, the UNFCCC to send important signals to other key stakeholders. So one of the critical processes is precisely the reform of the financial institutions that is happening at the moment. So one of the elements that was discussed yesterday is that the COP27 already sent some messages to the financial institutions. However, further signals are needed. And potentially one area of work as next step is what are those signals that the UNFCCC can send to these financial institutions, and what other signals need to happen in the context of the governmental jurisdictions, for instance, for the regulation for the private sector through governments and like in consequence of the UNFCCC process. So just what other signals can be sent in the context of the UNFCCC related to these other actors in the context of 21C could be relevant for future conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Kevin?
Yeah, thanks so much, Ambassador. I just wanted to come in to respond to a few of your questions here, including to sketch out a couple of the key ideas that the United States has been thinking about in regards to advancing work on Article 2.1c. To maybe start off with a question about linkages, which aspects do we see this as linked to, and why is this so critical? I think we very much agree with what Fatu said, that Article 2.1c is fundamentally linked with Articles 2.1a and 2.1b. We understand that the three long-term goals of the Paris Agreement are all equally and critically important, and Article 2.1c, to make financial flows consistent with those goals, 2.1a and 2.1b, is the key enabler that is going to help us achieve both our mitigation and adaptation ambitions. We've heard a lot of discussion over the last couple of days about the importance of the climate resilient development aspect of Article 2.1c. We think that's essential, and we think that needs to be on the table. And I think we fully concur that all three of these goals need to be pursued, and pursued vigorously by all of us, as they are collective goals. The reason I start with that is because I think for us, it's very clear that our work on Article 2.1c is linked to the global stocktake process that we all know is ongoing this year. We know that the global stocktake is supposed to assess our collective progress toward those long-term goals and provide a way forward for us under the Paris Agreement to advance toward them. In preparing for the global stocktake thus far this year, one of the things the US has noticed that while there's been a dramatic amount of action on 2.1c, we've done dangerously little under the Paris Agreement process to facilitate or advance that, and it is our view that it is time for that to change. We also think that there is strong relevance between Article 2.1c and the new collective quantified goal. This is something we've been talking about in the context of the last several days and the technical expert dialogue in that space. I'm happy to talk more specifically about how those processes are linked together in our view, but I think these are a couple of the key places where we see interconnectivity here. The reason I mentioned those couple of things is because I've heard a lot of discussion thus far today about the agenda and whether or not this is something that should be discussed in the context of the upcoming COP, and if so, how, as well as our collective priorities as a group. I think it's very revealing that last night many of us had a conversation with the Secretariat about the 20 climate finance agenda items that are proposed, not including the global stocktake. We also have one item in that list of 20, which is on 21C, and one on the new collective quantified goal. The other 18 are related to financial support and aspects of that nature. And while we think that those remain critically important and we want to continue to discuss those, including in the context of a long-term finance, the Standing Committee on Finance, I do think that it is essential that we take seriously our responsibility as a group to actively advance toward this goal as articulated in Article 21C. Frankly, I don't think we see any sense in having such a goal if we don't take serious steps towards implementing and pursuing it, and that is something that's been very strongly revealed to us in the GST process this year. To maybe just talk a little bit about what should be done to move forward in that context, we really see the GST outcome as helpfully declaring for us that there needs to be more done in this space. The US, in our recent GST submission, proposed the creation of something called the Paris Alignment Work Program, which we envision as structuring the future work under the Paris Agreement on Article 21C so we can constructively move forward as a group on this important issue. One of the things that I've heard throughout the last couple of days, as well as in particular this session, is that there is no shared understanding of what constitutes Article 21C or how we are going to move forward as part of that discussion. I think we agree that that is the case. We, from the US perspective, have made a proposal on that. We have categorized it into 3 issue areas. Many of you have heard me talk about them over the last few days: enhancing demand, increasing supply, and better managing risks. Folks in this room do not necessarily agree with or have to agree with those buckets of activities, but we need to have that discussion. Because what is happening now is when we do not agree on how we are going to advance this, countries are going to do it in their own way. They're going to do it without speaking with one another. They're going to do it without cooperating. The private sector is going to advance and has advanced dramatically on this, and the Paris Agreement is being left behind as we are not contributing to this extremely important process. So it's critical from our perspective that we take our responsibility as parties to the Paris Agreement very seriously and move forward on this work program to create this space to have this discussion. There are a couple of things that I've heard over the last several days that are not neatly situated within the US proposal for how to work on 21C right now. That's not to say that they couldn't be integrated or that they couldn't fall under some of our categories, but these are issues that have been raised by our colleagues that I think we do actively want to work on. These are things like geographical balance. These are things like how do we balance the risks that we're identifying with the opportunities, particularly those opportunities that exist in developing countries. How do we understand the different pathways and the complex portfolios that companies and countries are managing? I heard Alpha just a minute ago talk about the different speeds that we would need, the different starting places, and recognizing that not everyone would be in the same place. I think that's essential, and recognizing those different circumstances is going to be really critical. We've also heard a lot about the importance of support in all its forms. There's huge opportunity for all sorts of capacity building, technology development and transfer, and other collaborative work in this space that we need to be doing, that we need to bring into those conversations. So I think from our perspective, what needs to be done to move forward is we very clearly need a broad agenda item on this to discuss this in full on the basis of the really important inputs from this, but also the other places that this has come up in our process. We need a clear focus on it to realize that this work is happening. Folks are not pleased with how it is happening everywhere, and if we do not create this space to discuss, to cooperate, and move this forward, it is going to create more problems for us than if we have these really difficult discussions and begin to advance this. Because at the end of the day, the Paris Agreement is about building international cooperation on one of the most challenging global issues that we have ever or will ever tackle. And it is our responsibility as parties to have those difficult discussions and figure out how we can make this work together in a way that works for everyone, developed and developing, to assure that all of these concerns are addressed. So for us, that is the spirit that we are coming in to COP28 with, and how we expect to see this taken up moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, for your candid analysis of where we stand in this room, and thank you for sharing the US perspective on how progress can be made, and for those different proposals, which I believe could be conducive to constructive engagement. Let us now go to Brittany.
Thanks, Ambassador. For those who don't know me, my name's Britt. I'm representing the Government of Australia. I'd like to start by thanking the Swiss government so much for having us. For many of us, this is the last day of, I think, what was almost a 9-day climate finance extravaganza. I'm glad to be going home soon, but I'm glad we finished on this topic. I thought it was great that the 2-1C workshop could happen along the sidelines of the Building Bridges conference, and I recognize that took a lot of effort from Gabby and her team, including Laurent, so I want to say a big thank you. And thank you as well to the Secretariat and Ambassador, you as well, for your work in bringing us together. I'm going to reflect on the questions generally, but try to focus more so on the last two to aid sort of consistency with the comments made so far, and I'll try to avoid repeating what others have said. I think it's really clear from our perspective that Article 2.1c and Article 9 are complementary. Activities to align financial flows with low-emission sustainable development pathways do not replace Article 9. In fact, implementing Article 2.1c in some cases already is and should help to strengthen and scale up provision and mobilization of finance under Article 9 to developing countries. And delivery of Article 9 in itself is a critical element of ensuring delivery of Article 2.1c. It's interlinked and it's holistic. And many people have said today we can't look at any provision of the Paris Agreement as a standalone item, and in this sense, we need to be thinking about the entirety of the Paris Agreement together. But I want to say it's been 8 years. It's been 8 years since we agreed the Paris Agreement. And if we don't understand each other yet on this topic, something which is one of the fundamental pillars of Article 2, then we need to spend more time until we do. And we don't need to come to a shared understanding, but it's important that we try. Disagreement is part of the robustness of the multilateral process. It makes our ideas better and stronger, and it enhances ambition. So I don't mind that we've disagreed today. I'd like us to move into a space of more agreement, but I don't think it's a bad thing. But I also disagree with others who said that we've disagreed the whole time. I actually think there was quite a bit of agreement around the table. I think there was agreement on the fact that we have significant challenges for mobilizing private sector finance, particularly in developing countries who face a myriad of challenges. We spoke a lot about adaptation finance in this context, in particular, where the challenges are far greater. We spoke about financial instruments which have been instrumental in supporting achievement of climate ambition and which are helping to put parties on track to achieve their NDCs and their NAPs. We also heard a lot about developing countries demonstrating leadership, and we heard about the need for developed countries to lead in implementing Article 2.1c, and to do this in a way that supports sustainable development in developing countries and considers broad, systematic, and value chain impacts globally. I don't hear a reason for us to stop working together. I hear a strong platform of issues from which we can continue our discussions. And I'm sure there are more. I'm sure there are many more that we're yet to uncover or yet to agree. I hope that we can go to Dubai and have a dedicated workspace to continue these discussions. I think we need a broad agenda item under the CMA to talk about Article 2.1c and how we're going to take it forward. And I don't mean, and this is no disrespect to the panel format, I don't mean more panels. I mean a dedicated space for us to discuss challenges and discuss solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Britt, for definitely seeing a glass which is half full, while others maybe have seen the glass half empty. Thank you for this positive spin on the discussion we've had over the past 2 days for me and over the past 9 days for you. Over to you, Adao.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Tosi. Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. First of all, let me express my sincere thanks to the co-presidencies for having this very important dialogue, and also my sincere thanks to the government of Switzerland for hosting us in this very beautiful city of Geneva, as well as Secretariat for excellent arrangement. Well, when we provide our answers to different questions during the 2 days, I think I do believe that it's enough for Ambassador Tosi to provide further reports to the Conference of Parties later on. But in fact, this plenary is very important to at least express out our views with regard to different views that have been expressed during the last 2 days. For the question number 1, I think my colleagues before me, they mentioned that the Article 2.1c is not isolated article, but it needs to be linked to Article 9 itself. Article 2.1c is a goal, and also Article 9 will be how to operationalize, how to implement this goal. So in terms of support of the Article 2 itself, it is saying that this article will be implementing the convention. So we also need to consider the principles and also provisions of the convention, UNFC, when we discuss about this Article 2.1c. So it means Article 4.3, 4.9 of the convention will be also applied. Since yesterday, we discussed more only on mitigation that is facilitated by private sector outside the convention, the Paris Agreement. But in fact, we really need to involve all parties, big or small, rich or poor. We need to be part of the process, and we need to ensure that no one will leave behind. And in terms of your question number 3, I think the developed country parties need to provide financial support, like I mentioned before, based on the principles and also provisions of the convention, also the Paris Agreement. And I think that outsiders like private sectors and also business people, they can perform, at least implement some support there, but they need to report all those activities through parties. Let's say developed country parties, they provide financial support to private sector from their side. They need to calculate, they need to inform this contribution based on Article 13.9 of the Paris Agreement. They need to communicate it. So in order to ensure transparency of support provided, I think that will be critically important. So in terms of going back to the question number 2, I think we could agree upon agenda to be discussed by parties to ensure that adaptation and other issues in terms of capacity building and so on will be included into the implementation of 2.1c. I think that will be critically important. Adaptation is very critical for us. In fact, a lot of least developed countries, we have already come up with our national adaptation plans with different adaptation priorities, but at the moment, those have not been fully implemented. So by having this discussion, we are hoping that the financial flows will be there to implement our adaptation priorities in order to increase resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adao. Next is Cuba.
Thank you, Ambassador Tosi. Thank you very much, and I will follow your advice to be very brief. But I didn't want to make the opportunity to raise a couple of points, general ones, on behalf of the G77 and China. First of all, we would like to thank the government of Switzerland for hosting us and for their hospitality, also the Secretariat for the organization of this workshop, as well as the facilitators that have had a very hard work during our discussion. We would like to highlight that we are very happy because we have been witness of a very fruitful discussion on this issue, and we had the opportunity to go deep on this issue. But at the same time, as other colleagues have already stated, we realize that there are still huge divergences regarding the approach and interpretation of Article 2.1c. For the G77 in China, any accurate interpretation of this article of the Paris Agreement must frame its implementation on the provision and principles of the Convention and its Paris Agreement. And from our point of view, Article 2.1c cannot be seen as a goal alone by itself, but in its entirety with the whole Article 2.1a, b, c, as well as Article 2.2, which refrain the equity and the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities. On the other hand, we consider that the any debate regarding Article 2.1c cannot be carried alone. It has to be together and recognizing all the interrelationship between this article, the whole Article 2, and all the articles of the Paris Agreement. Article 3, Article 4, and in terms of finance, mostly Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. So the G77 in China look forward to continue our discussion on this issue, but bearing in mind or on the basis of these approaches, these two issues that I already raised. So I thank you.
Thank you very much to Cuba on behalf of G77 and China. Let me go now to Nick.
Thank you, Ambassador Tosi, and thank you for allowing me to speak following the parties. 5 quick points, if I may. Firstly, I think this has been a very valuable process, and so I think congratulations to the presidency, our host Swiss government, and also the UNFCCC for bringing this together. And I think shows the value of the UNFCCC process, much broader than other processes which often discuss finance. I think the second point is that it's very timely, given that the Sharm el Sheikh implementation plan highlighted the need to transform the financial system, its structures and processes to mobilize finance, not least and most importantly for developing countries. Thirdly, I'd like to make the point about linkages, and I think we've had in the last couple of days here in Geneva some important contributions from organizations of which parties in this room are also members of: the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, the Network for Greening the Financial System, International Sustainability Standards Board, as well as UN agencies and MDBs. And I think there's a particular role for the UNFCCC and this process to ensure that these processes, who are trying to mobilize finance, are also doing this with the integrity in line with the Paris Agreement objectives and provisions. If I may make 2 suggestions for moving forward, which were in your questions, Chair. Firstly, I think that the second dialogue has actually been very helpful. A lot of divergence, but friction is useful to produce change sometimes. And I think actually the focus on intended outcomes, opportunities, and potential unintended consequences and risks has been helpful. And it would be very useful, I think, potentially for the presidency and the secretariat to actually see how we could develop potentially a compendium of these intended outcomes, how they the means for achieving them, identifying some of these unintended consequences, and indeed how they can be overcome. So I think that's the first at a strategic level, and I would imagine that might well be valuable for parties and other actors. On a tactical level, just taking one of the many, many issues that is in this agenda, I was struck by that when the issue of the role of credit rating agencies was raised, and their role in either enabling or potentially preventing flows of finance or making the cost of capital higher in developing countries, that was an issue which actually had a broad interest, I would say. And so that might be a tactical issue, one issue around which, given the range of issues we could discuss, that some concentrated discussion and dialogue might take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for having a lot to say, but in a very focused and short manner. Let me go to Elena.
Thank you, Ambassador Tosi. I want to start off by thanking you for facilitating this dialogue on Article 2.1c and its complementarity with Article 9. First of all, I do want to start by thanking the government of Switzerland for hosting us for all of these climate finance events. I know it must have been a challenge to have us for so many days, but we really appreciate it. So regarding Article 2.1c, we believe it's always encouraging to hear good practices and experiences on the progress of developing countries in the implementation of this article. But as it has been evidenced during these days, we have also delved on the huge challenges that we are facing. We have an opportunity to get it right. And we will only make it if we take into account sustainable development and poverty eradication, the national circumstances of developing countries, the limited fiscal space and the high levels of indebtedness, and how much we are struggling to access quality finance. We have to couple finance with ambition. We cannot keep asking for more when there are not commensurate means of implementation and when equity and just transitions are still missing in this equation. Article 9 remains critical in this endeavor, and whatever path we decide for the future of this issue, it should take it into account. We also have to send the right signals to reduce the cost of capital of developing countries and access burdens, especially for those that have limited access to the very much needed concessional finance. Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement calls for making financial flows consistent with the pathways towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate-resilient development. The spirit of this article was never to make development compete with climate action. This is the very core of sustainability. We believe that Article 2.1c should have a strong emphasis on how to make financial flows move in the right direction where they are currently not moving to developing countries. In this sense, we believe that a space should exist within the UNFCCC for us as parties to continue to move this conversation forward in order to identify what these signals are, who has to send them, and how they should be portrayed, and the important role that Article 9 must continue to play. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. Let us now go to Mikhail.
Thanks a lot, Tosi, and good day again, colleagues. So, subscribe to a lot of things that other colleagues have said. One thing I want to invoke on the floor in the final plenary, and I've said it in quite a couple other breakout groups, and other economies have said it as well, is that a lot of the discussion in the last 2 days have been focused on emerging economies, developing economies, and even to a lesser extent, frontier economies, right? And this is a conceptualization of the International Financial Cooperation, and these are huge, big developing countries where things are viable in the context of economics and et cetera. However, I do think to answer those second two questions, there needs to be greater focus, and others have mentioned it, on small and remote economies. And there needs to be greater engagement, research, and understanding in this concept and how we go about the unique barriers that they do face, being smaller, being remote, and not being as viable in the context of emerging economies in certain aspects of certain things. So I do think that we need to kind of highlight that. The costs are a lot higher in those spaces, and we've highlighted that. And so there needs to be an understanding that there is a kind of collective sort of harmonization of standards across all, and a colleague of mine mentioned, I think there are 47 or so voluntary standards. It would be good to see how many of them think about operating in a space in smaller remote economies in that context, so that no one is left behind. I think everybody has been mentioning that, but the inherent discussion that we've had over the last 2 days have left behind a huge piece of the puzzle in the context of a global response to climate change. So I want to at least highlight that. And the second thing that I want to highlight is the non-state actors. And that capacity building is not one way, it's actually both ways. So I do think that we need to highlight and emphasize the context of the private sector, especially the private sector in developed countries. It was quite clear, especially by the first panel, that there's great amount of capacity building that is needed for the existing private sector entities in developed countries. And this is where, even just generally, not even thinking about developing, but where most of the capital resides, right? Let's just think about that, and where all those financial flows and where they are owned. We need to think about how are they going to discuss and unpack the concept of making it aligned with 21C. We talked about the chapeau, which talks about sustainable development, poverty eradication. We talked about equity, that was further below. We talked about everything else, the temperature goal. We talked about climate resilient development pathways. How are they all going to do that in an equitable manner? It's going to have us challenge and question how we think about matters of finance flowing from one another, how we transact with one another in a different way. Which leads me to the second point on that is transformational action. You can actually see, we talk about that a lot in the context of the public sector, on governments, and there's a huge burden, even in the context of the Green Climate Fund. It's built into it. It talks about paradigm shift with peanut change, basically. However, where there is the most amount of resources in the context of where financial flows are based, they're given, it seems, a very easy way out to kind of use voluntary approaches, take their time. We have 2050. It's quite alarming, that level of urgency that we see in the sector, the state actors-based space. The non-state actors are really and truly taking their time, and this is where all of the trillions are. And so we do need to figure out a way in which we can push them on from that perspective. And the last thing on that would be on how do they know these systems, where these flows are essentially based, how do they address broad societal resilience outcomes, not only in their national countries, right, whether they be developed or developing, but when they invest beyond their jurisdiction, right? How do they take into consideration the broader good beyond just talking about it in the context of the bonuses of their directors, right? How do we talk about it in the context of their fiduciary duty and come up against these concepts of stakeholder wealth maximization, et cetera, these core tenets of corporate law? How do we come up against those entrenched values and principles and then reconcile it with Article 21C? So it's a discussion that we need to have, and I think we also need to be invited into their spaces, because I don't think that a lot of us are invited into their spaces. At least the pragmatically thinking ones should be invited into those spaces. So I'll hand it over to you, Tosi. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mikai, and I think that you definitely have some valid points, and I think that what you said kind of remind me of Avinash's keynote message yesterday, where it seems like we do have to do some type of balancing act between being efficient, trying to take advantage of economies of scale, best value for money, and also go to a certain degree of granularity, specificity, because like you said yesterday, certain instruments will simply not work in certain economies. So it's important to have that conversation in a way that addresses as broadly as possible all stakeholders so that no one is left behind, like you said. Colleagues, at this stage, I would like to recognize the presence of the Secretary General of UNCTAD, Rebecca Greenspan, who has joined us. So I do have a list of 4 more speakers, which I would like to put on hold so that we can do our closing remarks, so we don't keep the Secretary General too long. And then we'll go back to that list of 4 speakers, if you will agree with that approach. Yes, I see thumbs up. Okay, very good. So let us go in that direction. And without any delays, let us invite Secretary General Rebecca Greenspan to join us here.
Thank you. Hello.
Please, you can sit over there.
Sit there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for honoring us with your presence here. I know that Ambassador Nasser was really keen on having you join us, and I'm very glad that his demarche was successful and that you are with us here. So I would like to invite you to provide us with some remarks on the scope of Article 2, Para 1C, and its complementarity of Article 9. I'd like to hand it over to you, Rebecca.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador Tosi Panupanu, facilitator of this dialogue, and dear friends, excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would have liked to be here for the discussion because given, concluding remarks and you haven't heard, the discussion is very risky. But maybe it's not concluding remarks, but just to share some thoughts. And I am really looking forward to see the results of this dialogue and study much more, because maybe the first thing that I have to say is that UNCTAD is really committed to get into this agenda, to support the dialogue, to support the countries in something that we think that is really key for the future. So let me say initially that in this intricate tapestry of international agreements, each thread, no matter how subtle, plays a pivotal role in the larger picture. So within the Paris Agreement, humanity's chance to tackle climate change also lies in Article 2.1c. To the casual observer, it might seem like a mere subclause, but consider for a moment the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In the Article 23.2 affirms, and I quote, "Everyone, without any discrimination, has the right to equal pay for equal work." While it may seem like just another clause in a broad declaration, this article has been a cornerstone in the fight for gender equality, driving legal reforms, empowering women's rights movements, and confronting long-standing societal biases. Just as Article 23.2 is not merely a line in a declaration, Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement is not just a sequence of words. It is a pledge, a commitment, and a testament of our shared vision for the future. This encapsulates our collective intent, showing the world that when humanity comes together with a shared purpose, even the smallest phrase has the power to set monumental change into motion. Now, let's consider Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement in full. It reads, "This agreement aims to strengthen the global response to the threat of climate change by making finance flows consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. Let's break this article down. And Igor did something similar yesterday when he was here with you. This clause is a reminder to the parties that there is a development dimension to climate goals, one which needs to be addressed specifically in the financial architecture. This for me is what the words consistent with a pathway mean. Indeed, I think perhaps the most important word in the whole article is the word pathway, because through it, this article admits that other suboptimal pathways exist too. that this specific pathway, which respects both development and mitigation, must be found, must work for, must be targeted specifically through finance. Finally, this article recognizes that this is not the pathway that we were in when the Paris Agreement was signed. And unfortunately, maybe today we're even further away, precisely because of the enablers have been weakened: trade, technology, and finance. Since COVID, many developing countries have been struggling to achieve their climate and development goals because of the compounding crisis: climate change, COVID, the war in Ukraine. Saddled with expensive debt that squeezes the fiscal space, they need to invest in resilience. That is what the article says: a resilient pathway to development. Grappling with barriers to the development pathways necessary to diversify and transform their economies, and swimming against the tide of boom-bust flows from crises they have little power over. Just to give you an idea, due to COVID-era debts and the rising interest rates, 3.3 billion people now live in countries that spend more on debt servicing than on either health or education. Almost half of humanity, 3.3 servicing the debt than in either health or education. Which policy, without policy and fiscal space, the resources needed to build resilience against climate change are now coming at the cost of those earmarked for development, or vice versa. Countries are being forced into impossible decisions. The fabric of society is at stake. To find the pathway enshrined in Article 2.1c, we need a deep reform of our current international financial system, something recognized by the COP27 outcome document. And for this, we need three things which are directly related to Article 2.1c. First, we need to think systemically and be ambitious. As the UN Secretary General recognized through the SDG stimulus, our current financial system simply doesn't give nor the liquidity, nor the investment, and not the institutional restructuring path for that. Now, this system is too small to deal with the challenges at hand. And that may come to you as a surprise, but let me give you one indicator. The World Bank capital today is 1/5 of what it was in 1960 with respect to the global economy. 1/5. Yes? So it doesn't have the capacity. It has become small with respect to the challenge. And we know that we need 4 trillion, 4 trillion investment gap in SDGs in the developing countries, 4 trillion. From these 4 trillion, 2.2 trillion are related to the energy transition alone. And yet, you know, when we go for the investment flows, only 2% of all global investment funds go to LDCs, only 2%. So Africa last year was paying 8 times the interest rate Germany was paying for its debt. And most ESG investments remain in the biggest companies in the richest markets. This is so especially in a time of rising interest rates, which raise the cost of capital for renewable energy investments, especially in developing countries. And that's why the SDG stimulus is so important, because we talk with very specific solutions on the scale up of the multilateral financial system to get to 500 billion of investment per annum for closing this gap in the developing world. Second, we need to complement Article 2.1c with Article 9. I saw that that was the conversation that you were having of the Paris Agreement, which emphasized the critical importance of developed countries providing financial resources to assist developing countries in their climate change actions. This commitment is the bedrock upon which trust was built during the Paris negotiations. The Global North must uphold their end of the bargain in terms of the $100 billion commitments, the ODA pledges, and most importantly, in terms of their political will at the boards of the big financial institutions where reform needs to take place. And third and lastly, the success of Article 2.1c firmly depends on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, which underpins the Paris Agreement. That said, meeting the Paris Agreement is a collective agenda, and the impetus for the transition must come and must be led by governments at the national level. But this can only happen if there is cooperation, solidarity, and coordination. If we all go our own way, we will get to a spaghetti ball of regulations which only benefit those who can afford the best lawyers. We will lose the potential for synergies which are existential for this to succeed. And we will lose sight of our common stake and common fate in the global agenda. In the next year, parties will agree a new goal for climate finance, as we sincerely hope this goal be evidence-based, meet the demonstrated needs of developing countries, and respond to the 3 pillars of climate action, mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. At the heart of the Paris Agreement, there is not merely an environmental treaty. While it's essential to set limits on our carbon emissions, it's equally vital to ensure that the global financial system underpins these ambitions. And those solutions that we are proposing are solutions that can be taken immediately, that can be done now, that can help countries really do what we need to do in this very difficult moment. Every dollar, every peso, every dinar, yuan invested today will shape the infrastructure and industries of tomorrow. Here is where I always say we forget that the short and the long term start at the same time. You know, there is no long term of a succession of short terms. It starts now. By influencing the flow of finance today, we will influence the future landscape of our economies, and there is no time to lose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, and thank you for those inspiring words. In Africa, we say a little bit of the same. We say that even the longest journey starts with a first step. So thank you very much for those encouragement, and thank you for this fresh perspective, because us as UNFCCC experts, oftentimes we are accused of dwelling and being caught up a little bit in a bubble, and it's good to have this message coming from the real world and telling us that we need to realize that the World Bank doesn't have the same financial might in relative terms as compared to 1960. I believe that you also pointed out the fact that Africa today is to bear the debt burden, which is 7 or 8 times more than Germany. And of course, you reminded us of the importance the financial gap when it comes to financing SDGs. Thank you very much, and I'm pretty sure that your words are resounding loudly in everybody's mind, and will help us guide our discussions on the way forward. At this stage, we had planned to take a family picture. We also do have to finalize a list of speakers. We do have a small coffee break, which we have to do. So I'm really in your hands. I don't know if you will have 15 minutes. Yes. Are you in a hurry? Absolutely. Okay, good. So then we can finalize the list of speakers then, and then we'll proceed to the closing of the meeting. So to go back on my list for speakers, I have Diane.
Thank you, and thank you, Rebecca, for being here. I think your words have been really helpful. So, so climate change, the reason we're having a problem on climate change is that there has been a market failure. There's a market failure. Right now, today as we speak, there's more money, there's so much money in the world, and they say we don't have enough projects. And if we have projects, they're too high risk, and Yet, we're paying a high cost of capital for the money that we need, when there is more money than what we need. We should be paying minus, right, interest rate on the capital that we want. In some countries, mainly developed countries, that is exactly what they were doing. But for developing countries, when the interest rate was low, we were still paying really high interest rates. There is a market failure. And the Paris Agreement recognized that in the negotiations, that there is a market failure. So the Paris Agreement, Article 2, basically said, 2.1, basically said we're going to look at mitigation. We're going to look at adaptation, 2.1a, mitigation. We're going to look at adaptation, 2.1b. It said take care when you're doing that. And then it talks about 2.1c. 2.1c is to address the fundamental root cause of the problem, which is a huge market failure. Huge market failure. And then Article 2.2 basically says we expect the developed countries to take the lead. That is what it said, and all of the presentation we've seen here and in the first Article 2.1c meeting in Bangkok, we're seeing and we're complaining because we're seeing now that the developed countries are in fact taking the lead, okay? And so we're being left behind. I want to say that I heard some of the discussions today, and I would like to state something. The whole Paris Agreement have many different articles. Implemented together will make it successful. This meeting we're having now is about one section of the Paris Agreement, Article 2.1c. This is Article 2.1c meeting. It's not an adaptation meeting. It's not a mitigation meeting. It's an Article 2.1c meeting. And this meeting is designed to help us to listen to this, the non-state actors who would have to implement it. And they come before us and begging and pleading. As Rebecca said, now we have all of these regulations, so it makes it expensive to participate in the financial sector. It is for all of us to look at every aspect of the Paris Agreement and we have solidarity, we agree, we made a promise that we're going to do it and in our NDCs to implement it. But there's also a promise to us, to our families at home and our people at home, that while other people are looking to profit, which is fine, which is good, to make money in the implementation and the transition, we need to position ourselves to do the same. So I want to say to you, Tulsi, this is how I feel about where we are right now, and I can understand, so let me help you contextualize it. I feel like I'm in a marriage and I'm trying to get a divorce, right? And in this marriage, I'm the woman, and I am weaker, and I find this marriage is not working for me. I want to get a divorce. Yet I'm hearing all kinds of excuses why I can't get a divorce, right? I want a divorce, and that is what we're saying now with the current financial system, the current regime, about how we see energy, and how we see financing, and the ability to live in my own home without it being flooded out. And I sit here, my home is flooded out in Antigua. $20,000 worth of damage I have to find. Thankfully, I have insurance, right? But I'm saying, you know what? I've had enough of that. I want a divorce. Give me a divorce. And I don't want to hear any other excuse in this year of 2023. Why all the long excuse and talking? You're not good for me. This is not working. Let us do something very different. As my mom will tell me, there's a lot of other fish in the sea. I want to go fishing. So I want to buy whatever. If I want to buy solar, I want to buy solar. If I want to buy wind, I'm going to buy wind. I want to have diversity in my energy market. I want to make sure that projects that are being invested in, it's not going to cause me flooding down the road, right? And not only that, we can do that. I know that I want to get a divorce because I know when I get a divorce, my life will be cheaper. So for Antigua and Barbuda, if we do one section of Article 2.1c, which is stop funding fossil fuel, if we just do that one thing, we can save $83 million US, and not a lot of money in the scheme of things, to between 83 and 120 million US. I can pay off my debt with that. I can make sure that I can subsidize interest rate with that for my people. So Article 2.1c is to make your life better. It's to make it easier. But you see, sometimes if you're in a bad marriage and you're being abused, you just stay there in fear, and the abuser keeps telling you, if you leave, life outside is going to be worse. I would like to say to everybody who feel that way, life after this regime that we have is going to be better. It will be better. You know what? It can't get any worse. Okay, so let me just say, it can't get any worse. Well, anything beyond 1.5 will be worse, right? So what do you have to lose? So let's get out of this marriage, find other relationships, and just enough talk. Just tell me where to find a lawyer. Rebecca, I know they have more expensive lawyers than we do, right, than I do. So let us get together. The Green Climate Fund, Article 9, help me get a lawyer, help me get technology, help me get new policies, help me get new measures, so I can start my new life, which is less expensive, less hazardous, and just, Caribbean style, just relax. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane, and I think that colleagues, we've heard Diane quite well. So we need to work collectively so that we can find the right recipe to reignite the passion so that we can salvage the marriage. On my list, I have Gabi next. Oh no, Gabi, you'll go last because you're our host. David.
Is it, sorry, okay. Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Tosi, and also let me give thanks to the government of Switzerland for hosting us and for the Article 2.1c lunches. Also to say thank you to Rebecca also for that statement. It covered pretty much a lot of what I wanted to say. But if you allow me, let me just make 2 points. The first one is that the delivery on the commitments have not helped us much in taking forward discussions, for example, in Article 2.1c, because the failure of the commitments has created mistrust. So we don't have the trust that these commitments will be fulfilled. So we should make that point very clear, that that failed obligation, responsibility has contributed to the challenges that we face today. And so to ask me to commit or to do more, I have to ask myself a question whether that request will be met with the required responsibility and obligations. So I think that is very important for us to bear in mind. And I think you have reminded us that there is a lot of a big backlog, a huge gap that has been left, development gap, which was also worsened by the lack of delivery or the little, if not delivery of the development assistance in the past, in any case. So we are dealing with a huge backlog of a lack of fulfillment of obligations which are written on our papers that governments have signed on to and have committed in terms of drafting strategies and plans and so on and so forth. So the NDCs are there, the plans are there, the financing has not been available or delivered as expected in the channels that we have set up, we have agreed. And so as we plan now to be more ambitious in taking 2.1 and 2.1c, we have to bear that in mind. So whether we should sign divorce papers to abandon the whole process, that is another issue. But there is a problem. So let's confront it and fix that problem and see whether we can renew the serious commitments to deal with the problem. Second issue is that there is also what I would consider inconsistencies in the way that we are handling this, ambition, as it were. So in one sense, there's a push for ambition. In another, there is the lack of commitment to that same ambition. I think in the figures that you gave us, there is one important one, which is the investment in the fossil fuels. And who is investing that? And so if we are saying let's move away from fossil fuels, but in fact, we are increasing the investment in the fossil fuel, what message are we communicating? So in a way, some of the parties are having it both ways. You want to have it in a green way, you also want to have it in a fossil fuel brown way. Now, that is not a fair world. It's not just right. So we must make our choices in a way that represents the cause that we are fighting. So why are we having it both ways? And why don't we stick to the responsibilities that we're supposed to deliver on? In terms of emission reductions and cutting off fossil fuels. So if oil is discovered somewhere in my country, I know who is going to be the first person to knock on the door of the politicians in my country. That is obvious, it's given. To exploit those, those fossil fuel fields. So there's, I think, some level of hypocrisy with which we are handling this, and that is worsening the trust and the confidence that we should have in what we are discussing. So it leaves a big question in terms of how exactly are we expected to handle this 2.1c if we know that achieving that just transition will not have funding, doing adaptation will not have funding as required, doing mitigation will not have funding. So what exactly is the intention of pushing this agenda? And I think that is a big question mark that we have in our minds. And so as a way to take action on this, we have to confront the inefficiencies of the failure of the delivery and fix those problems. And then we deal with the trust building issue. And above all, find out whether the institutions that we have also put trust in over many years in the financial architecture, which we have signed up to and has failed to deliver on the expectations, can actually live up to those expectations. So these are just a few reflections, and thank you so much for laying it out very well and very clearly in terms of what the numbers are telling us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I have 3 more requests. Jan, who's online, and Jan will be followed by Fatou, and then Gabi will be closing the list. Okay, there's one more intervention. Yes, let's go to Jan.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. These discussions, both in Bangkok and in Geneva, have been extremely useful. And I myself have learned quite a lot about this topic. And I don't want to repeat many of the other points that have been voiced, but maybe in simple terms, it is clear that there is a diversity of views, approaches, and interpretations of 2.1c and the potential content if we take this discussion further to the COP level. Another issue is that there is a risk that certain groups of countries are using this discussion in order to prescribe to the developing countries what they can finance in the future and what they cannot finance, for which projects they can receive funding and for which projects they cannot. And if we think beyond the climate change realm, such an approach would result in what was called the unintended consequences, including for the socio-economic development. And therefore, although the link of 2.1c with Article 9 is logical and useful, but it's not comprehensive enough. From our national standpoint, we're missing the link with the broader Sustainable Development Agenda and the SDGs in their entirety. And I think this is one of the issues where the mistrust is happening, quite frankly. And from that standpoint, the discussion has not, in our view, matured enough to go to a COP decision. This discussion should be continued, and there are other ways to address it. The Standing Committee on Finance is working on this issue, and from our standpoint, it should also be elevated and linked to discussions on the broader Sustainable Development Agenda outside of the UNFCCC. So for that purpose, I would say that we are not there yet in terms of a standalone agenda item. With that, I thank you very much, and it's sad that I wasn't able to make it to Geneva, but I'm looking forward to seeing everybody in Dubai. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. Thank you for addressing the 3 questions that were put in front of you. Let us now go to Fatou, and Fatou will be followed by Alejandro.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Tosi. Thank you, Rebecca, for enlightening us in the area of finance which is available and which is not available, particularly to the World Bank. And to Diane, before we go for the divorce, I know we're all frustrated, and if a woman asks for divorce, then that is almost the end. But let us just wait a little while. I encourage you before we ask for the final divorce, because Article 2.1c, I mean, you have elaborated, Rebecca UNCTAD, on what we think we are. But some of us think that there should be more space. But if we didn't have enough space since we started discussing or trying to define what climate finance means, and up to today, we don't have the meaning of climate finance. We've spent years trying to define. So I don't know how long this one will take to continue working. Maybe there could be proposals from this group, those of us who think that we should continue, up to when. Because if we don't have a target, it is difficult, we can go on and on and on. Okay, my point in the 21C is making finance flow consistent with a pathway towards, I see two parts there. One is the greenhouse gas emissions. The second part is the climate resilient development. Please, can you elaborate on that? Thank you.
You would like the Secretary General to elaborate?
Giving us points to that, but the resilient part, I have not heard it. Maybe I was not.
Would you like her to repeat that part of her intervention? Because I will hate for us to take off guard and ask her questions, which maybe she did not prepare for. Would you like her to repeat that part of the speech?
Yes, only that small part.
On the resilience?
Yes.
She said that it's not only about mitigation.
Oh.
I don't remember exactly what you said, but at some point you said that it's not only about mitigation. When your Igor and yourself dissected Article 2.1c, you kind of gave us different elements, saying that there exist some suboptimal options, and there may be a good kind of mix. I think you said something along those lines.
Thank you. Thank you very much, first of all. I can leave the text, but the main idea is that we could throw the baby with the dirty water, together. So we need to find a pathway that will make compatible development resilience with the Paris Agreement on emissions, yes? Now, we cannot do that unless we really have an international financial system that will support that path. That path is possible. All other paths will be suboptimal, yes? Because you will have to face the trade-offs. And I think that that's the problem that we have today. Today, because of the compounding crisis, we are on the trade-offs path. Countries cannot take reasonable decisions. They are in front of impossible ones. With the debt that they have, with no fiscal space and no policy space, with no enablers, how are you going to really choose the pathway that will lead you to the 2.1c, proposal that you are discussing? So our point is that it's not only a climate negotiation, it is a financial system negotiation to be able to support the countries to have a pathway that is possible for sustainable and resilient development and to cut emissions for the objectives that we set up in Paris. I think that we are committed with it. It's not lack of our commitment, it's lack of the possibility of the enablers that would allow you to take that decision. And we don't see that happening, not in the debt realm, not in the investment realm, and not in the economic resilience of trade and liquidity. So there are solutions for that, to open up the space for a pathway that is referred to in 2.1c. But to leave the countries alone, thinking that they can take that decision alone and make it happen alone in front of systemic crises that are not of their doing, I think that is an impossible task. Is that too bad?
Thank you, Rebecca. I think that that was quite an insightful answer. And if Fatou wants to prolong the conversation, we'll do that during the coffee break. Thank you very much. Let us now go to Alejandro.
Yes, thank you, Tosi, for giving me the floor. I would like to express that this process should not lead to unintended consequences that prevent or go against the development of developing countries and the eradication of poverty, and because at the same time, it's not only that, but we face other challenges in a context of high levels of indebtedness. And it came as a surprise to me, but the Secretary General of UNCTAD, Rebecca Greenspan, have cited in their intervention information that I shared on a breakout group of the NCQG some days ago about that certain regions pay on interest. For example, Latin America more than they invest, in Asia and Oceania more than on health, and in Africa more than on health and education. So I will ask for you to search on the web. It's called A World of Debt from UNCTAD. It's the report, and it's a very good report that could make could give an excellent framework for these conversations. But I just know, because I just used that information on a meeting, so excellent. So I couldn't get higher confirmation from the information that I gave. After that, I will say that the process of Article 21C and its complementarity with Article 9 needs to be completely based over equity, CBDR, common but differentiating responsibilities, respective capabilities, and national circumstances. And those are embedded in the NDCs, national determined contributions, that each developing country presented under the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, right? And the NDCs, to be implemented, need climate finance from developed countries to developing countries, according to Article 9. And we know that the 100 billion commitment needs to be yet fulfilled. And we are negotiating right now, as I just mentioned, the NCQG, the new quantitative goal on climate finance, that must be very ambitious. That's the important issue. It should be very ambitious and based on the needs and priorities of developing countries. And to finalize, I will say that at the same time, this process should not legitimate unilateral measures that could go against instruments that developing countries have, among others, for example, against production, against trade, that are very important for developing countries to face the challenges that we have and to get to develop sustainably. That is all. I hope I didn't take much of your time, and thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. Thank you. So, thank you for the comments. There was no questions, I believe. Just commending the Secretary General for actually mentioning some statistics which you recently shared in a group, and thank you for the additional comments. So, colleagues, now I'm closing the list. I will not take any more speakers. I'm going to use my discretionary power to do so. So last speaker is China, and then Gabi. And the rest, if you want to engage, you have to do that during the coffee break. China.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I also join others, thank Switzerland government for hosting us. And also thanks COP presidency and Rebecca come here and share the thoughts. So I will be brief and share my views on this topic. So 2.1c reflects one of the overarching themes of the Paris Agreement, and is not a goal, and as my previous colleagues mentioned, which is based on the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities, equity, and respective capabilities. At the international level, the implementation of 2.1c requires developed countries to earnestly fulfill their contribution obligations, and Article 9 of the Paris Agreement provide adequate financial support to developing countries and help developed countries transition to low-carbon, materialized NDCs effectively and efficiently. Only if developed countries provide new additional adequate, predictable, and timely financial support, will developing countries be able to implement 2.1c of Paris Agreement in the light of their respective national circumstances while pursuing development and poverty reduction. Second, I want to highlight that there is already a mismatch in global financial flows, with amount of low-carbon development finance going to developed countries far higher than the amount of climate finance that developed countries receive. In this case, it is necessary to provide safeguard measures for developing countries, and the most important point is that developed countries provide adequate climate finance to developed countries to mobilize more finance to support the low-carbon development of developed countries, which is both a guarantee for developed countries and an obligation of developed countries. I stop here. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, China. Thank you very much for that useful statement. Now, last but not least, my good friend Gabi, the one who's been providing me Swiss chocolate over the years during the negotiations. And it's funny because in late hours of negotiations, when she will give me chocolate, it will make me more resilient and then put me in a position where I can counter what she has to say in the negotiations. So it was a support with no strings attached, and it was much appreciated over the years. Over to you, Gabi.
Thank you very much, Tosi, and thanks to everyone, also the UNCTAD Secretary General, for your contributions. And speaking to the chocolate, I usually only distribute chocolate when we start to agree. Does not seem to be the case in this room quite yet, but we might get there at some point. Just in reflection of some of the questions you had, and then also some further closing remarks. For us, Article 9 is part of Article 2.1c, and of course, Article 9 should support the implementation of Article 2.1c. But Article 2.1c, actually, in total, Article 2 is much broader than Article 9. And we would not capture the full picture if we would limit its operationalization to Article 9. And there, I also want to assure those in the room that we're speaking about obligations and so on, fully support Karima's intervention. This is not an excuse to walk away from our own obligations, and also to reassure David and others that raised this point. Article 2.1c is global in scope, including all parties and all economies, and they're also picking up on Mikai's point, of course. It's also about small economies and those who have limited access to financial markets. Being a hub for international finance, we want to implement Article 2.1c so it assists in implementing our own NDC and adaptation communication, but of course also your all's NDCs and adaptation communications, and ultimately to implement Article 2.1a, the temperature goal, and Article 2.1b, the global goal on adaptation, in the best possible way. And this is in no means to compete against development, rather quite the opposite, because if we do not implement Article 2.1 in its entirety, we will not be able to achieve sustainable development. There are many private initiatives out there. Many are helpful, some are not, and we as Switzerland see a risk of greenwashing. And that's why we also have to have a discussion so we can best globally safeguard against this greenwashing and push these non-state actors that were mentioned by many, in particular the private sector, to become active and move in the space to support us in our activity in implementing the Paris Agreement in its entirety. Cost of capital was mentioned by many, debt distress issues. I support Nick's point. This is an interesting avenue to follow up, and I think also an element of common interest. And we have to think about how we can use Article 2.1c to best address this issue and signal a global way forward. It won't be to any surprise to any of you that, of course, we very much favor an agenda item in the context of the CMA agenda to have a conversation about this. Our understanding was the Sharm el Sheikh dialogue is an entry point into this, and the report will have to be considered by the CMA. So our clear understanding is that we will get a space to have a further conversation about this. And we also believe, because it's one of the goals of the Paris Agreement, that of course we will track progress towards it in the context of the GST, fully understanding also having a clear chapter and understanding on means of implementation and support. So to close, just a few remarks on the panels and design, and maybe as a feedback to the Secretariat team and maybe also you, Tosi. We would greatly appreciate if in future events the UNFCCC Secretariat organizes, we see more diverse geographies represented, have greater gender diversity, and we would have greatly appreciated to have had a session on adaptation and resilience, because we think there are many actors out there, state actors, non-state actors, private sector, in this space, and the fact that there wasn't a session on this gave the indication that that's not the case. And so really just wanted to flag that if and how, anyway, this way moves forward, that we give sufficient space to the discussion around resilience as well. And lastly, because there were some discussions yesterday and today, I think, around the food, and sorry to pick this up. I am from the Ministry of Environment, and we do have a guidance from the ministry that any events that we organize, we provide primarily or exclusively vegetarian catering because of the carbon footprint and the environmental impacts our food systems have on the environment. And so if we don't do that, we have to justify why are we not going for vegetarian. You were here for, many of you, for almost 10 days, and the first days were also procured through UNFCCC, so there was always options also for non-vegetarian meals. And the Building Bridges conference has a sustainability concept that fully limits its catering to vegetarian food. So this is in no means to be like signal not welcoming you or anything like that. I just wanted to clarify that. It's really linked to our sustainability concerns. And you may have also noticed that all caterers have really tried to focus on seasonal products that are sourced whenever possible from the area. So with that, I hope you did enjoy your days here. We're all a bit tired, especially those of us who came almost 10 days ago. But thank you so much for all your engagements on all the climate finance topics we had while we were here in Geneva, and looking forward to see you again at the latest in Dubai. Thank you.
Friends, colleagues, thank you for those messages. Thank you, Gabi, for your message. I must thank you for your warm hospitality ever since we set foot in your beautiful country. And I believe that in these days and age, we need to be flexible. Myself, I'm not a vegetarian, but I did adapt yesterday to the conditions. I took some mitigation measures today, but yesterday I did adapt. Thank you very much. I don't know, Secretary General, if you have one last word to share with us, or is it fine? Do you want to say anything? Very good. I'd like to thank the Secretary General, because she did commit to allow us 15 minutes of her time, but she just spent the past hour with us. So thank you very much for being so gracious and sharing those insightful thoughts. At this stage, We need to close with Mohammed, but we'll take the coffee break, and then we'll do the closing right after. And we need to do the family picture as well. Thank you. So colleagues, let's have a quick coffee break, and we can also have the family picture. Thank you.
engaging. But once again, just to say that it's been an honor, and I hope that we'll be able to engage some more at COP. Thank you.
Get the family photos. Can you get the family photos? Stay as is. From there? Yeah, we can just stand here. Just like okay. Our side will move there. What probably from there? Let's see. Yeah, probably from there.
Okay, turn.